Clubbers, welcome aboard the SS Hitstorm in the captain's quarters. Let me turn a light on. This is your captain speaking, Captain Corbium. Sore mouth. There's some food stuck in there. How could this be? I don't even eat. Yeah, so welcome to Enemy AI, presented by ChatGPT and Oxford University, Oxford and Cambridge. So today, in our crazy video game, since we have shooting, I thought it would be fun to put some enemies in. So we have our Andrew Tate here. I just think he looks a bit like Andrew Tate. Not intentionally, he was just kind of one of the he's one of the default character presets in DAS, so I just decimated him, give him some animations, and that was that. Originally he had his hood up. He came with his hood up, which I thought looked great because he looked like more of a hoodlum. For some stupid reason, his head just like moved independent of his hood, and it clipped through his hood, and it looked stupid. So that's stupid. No matter what I did, I couldn't fix it. So it's really stupid. I don't know what's going on. It should have moved with his hood. I would have thought his hood should have moved with his head rather. All right. But before that, I've gone in and optimized this a little bit. I went and deleted all of my duplicate materials and such. So if we go into my materials now. A quick tip if you're ever in a similar situation, by the way, which really helped, is what I did is I made a folder called In Use, and then I went through, because I had like 60 copies, because basically every time I import a new animation, I do it through an FBX, so all the materials come through again. So I had like 60, well, okay, not 60, but I had like 10 copies of each material, and then it can get confusing as to which material is being used by the models. So what I did is I went into my model, and you can see your materials in here. Actually, I have to go to Genesis Shape, and then my materials are here. And then if you click the material, it shows you where the material is. So this was wherever it was. And then I just went and dragged. I went through each material. It was quite tedious. Each material that the characters were using, that the dress was using, that the sneakers, pants, all the rest of it. Anything that I wanted to keep safe. Put it in that In Use. And then I went and deleted all the extra ones. It should have been that simple, but for some reason at some point they decided to reset themselves to some other material, and I don't know why. I think it's when I changed some of the animations over, because I also had duplicate animations. So anyway, long story short, I deleted all the duplicate crap that's not in use, just to try and reduce the file size and whatnot. I also added interactables. Turn my controller on. Oh, I also did cell shade. I've done quite a lot actually. Yeah, my character's now cell shaded as well. She's using a unique shader with an outline. That's a free asset on the asset store. I had to use a different shader for her fringe because it didn't support transparency. Yeah, I also added interactables. So what that means is if I now stand in front of this thing, which is meant to be, there we go, a challenge podium, I now have the option to hold a button to start the challenge. So now I can... Why can't I hear anything? Hang on. Oh, there we go. So now I can actually interact with things, basically. And that's a whole system that I developed so that the object can tell the UI what options are available and what the UI should do upon using those options. So it's just going to make it so much quicker and easier to implement new things. I am really happy with how the shooting turned out. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking it a lot. I mean, look at the distance. You can shoot things from a fair distance as well. I mean, I didn't put a limit into it at all. So technically speaking, you should be able to shoot anything that you can see. If you're accurate enough. But obviously if something stood... Well, I'm trying to think what's far away. If something was stood next to that tree over there, you'd have to be an amazing aim. But technically, yeah, the game should let you do it. If your aim was good enough. I haven't done chests yet. That's a chest that I wanted to add an interactable to. That should be easy enough to do. It doesn't work yet, but an idea of the statue might be restore health, fast travel. Shit. Why? That's weird. Why did that? Ah, that's interesting. I might have to fix that. Oh, I know why. Because I changed the timer. One's super fast. Yeah, I changed it because that was going too fast as well. So I changed how long you have to hold it down for. But I only did it on the first option to test it. So these two are super fast. And they also don't reset themselves. Silly little things. I was also thinking about climbing last night and how I might tackle it. So what I think I need to do for gravity is, okay, let's say, because yeah, that's one thing I wanted to do is put a big lighthouse on the beach and then use that to learn. And maybe not on the beach, I could put it over there actually. That'd be a good place for a lighthouse, wouldn't it? Or even that. Right, if you were a lighthouse, where would you be? I can put something that we need. I think this is a good place for the lighthouse over here. Let's get over there. No, actually, I don't think that's how lighthouses work, do they? I think they would be on the peninsula. Because I think the whole point of them is to warn that there's land. Warn the ships that there's land. So yeah, you could put a lighthouse in the middle of your tall island. But I don't think that's how they work. I think the ship might then think, oh yeah, I've got loads of room. The lighthouse is all the way over there. Meanwhile, crash onto the beach. Climbing definitely needs some work. Why hasn't she done her animation? Now she has. This is the worst climbing in any video game ever. I mean, it's because it's not done. This is a half-assed attempt. She will get up here though eventually. I don't know. So I can get up. It's just not very very sophisticated. Yeah, originally I was thinking I put a lighthouse here, but I don't think that makes sense because I think they put lighthouses on the coast for a reason, right? To warn the ships of land. I think that's supposed to be the whole point. So sticking a lighthouse here wouldn't make much sense. Because it's in the middle of the island. So I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would need a lighthouse. Where's the peninsula? I just saw one. It's over here. There's one. Don't like that one. Let's go to edit mode. But yeah, anyway, my idea is for climbing is to, I don't know if it'll work, I need to test it. So first thing is to turn gravity off so that the real ground isn't constantly trying to pull you down. Because you're supposed to be clinging onto the side of something, right? So if you stop moving, you should stay where you are. So gravity needs to come off is the first step. I already do that now. But yeah, the method I'm using is, there isn't really a method to what I'm using. It's just kind of the physics doing what they're doing. I think what I need to do though is like stick an object which will pull the player, like act like a gravitational pull on the player, and it needs to be in the center of whatever the player's climbing on. So the idea being that, like in a lighthouse, obviously it would be in the middle of the lighthouse, and it would pull, because you'd have to, what I want to do is I want you to be able to shimmy around the lighthouse, right? And I'm like, well, how the hell am I going to achieve that? And I thought, well, in a game like Animal Crossing, the world is like a giant cylinder, right? And you run across the cylinder, and the cylinder just kind of rotates backwards and forwards. So obviously a gravitational pull on a cylinder will keep you upright on the cylinder. So the only difference is my character's going to be on their side, and I want my gravity to pull from a different direction. But so in theory, I feel like that should still work, because it's almost like turning the world on its side, letting the gravity keep you in place. As long as the gravity is in the center of the lighthouse, if you're climbing up a lighthouse, it should pull you in the right direction. It also needs to follow your height. So if you're at the bottom of a lighthouse, it should be pulling you straight from the bottom. And as you go up to the top, it should be pulling you and following you up to the top of the lighthouse. Otherwise, it will be trying to pull you back down the lighthouse if you keep it at the bottom, or if you put it in the center, it'll be trying to suck you up, and then it'll be trying to pull you down. The gravitational force needs to follow your height, and it needs to be in the center of the object you're climbing on. Now, even that's going to be tricky, because all of this terrain, it won't be so bad for the lighthouse, because I'll know what size the lighthouse is, and it'll be a set thing, right? But for all of these cliffs, of which there's tons and tons and tons, this is all one mesh. So unless there's some clever sort of calculation I can do, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think. I don't know how to do it. Like, let's say we're trying to climb up this cliff over here, right? I need to make sure if it works. This is even if it works. I think it will work. It's just trying to get it to work. Like, it's just trying to do what I want to do. It's like the aiming thing. I knew the aiming thing would work. It was just getting it to do what I needed it to do. But yeah, the first problem is, like, I'd need to do some kind of calculation on this cliff. And maybe I can develop a little tool that goes around and measures them all. You know, like, just make a floating cube that just goes up and down the map and scans all of the mesh, and then says, okay, in this set of coordinates, this cliff, this should be the center. I have no idea, but essentially I need to find where the center of gravity needs to be in any given cliff. And obviously, depending on the cliff, it's going to be in a different place. It's going to be at a different distance. So I don't even know how I'm going to do that. But if, assuming I can find a way to do that, even if I just manually went and set every single cliff, a set of coordinates or something. I mean, have you seen this place? Though that would take fucking weeks. So I'd rather find a dynamic way of doing it. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, in theory, I feel like in theory that should work. So, like, let's say you're trying to climb up this mount here. Unity, will you just let me move my mouse? I don't know why it does this sometimes. It's like locked onto something. And now it's nothing selected, but it won't let me move my camera. Like, it lets me rotate, but I can't zoom out of this now. I'll have to select a tree over there. What are you doing to me, Unity? Unity, you're being really naughty right now. I have to... Oh, it's because it must be... Okay, I wonder if you can unlock the view. Okay, that must be what happens when you lock view to selected then. I mean, that does suggest that that's what it's doing. There's a lot of tree. It's placed a lot of trees on top of each other, and I'm still fixing that. Even though the spawn rule set told it not to do that, it still did it. Yeah, so let's say we're climbing up this mound, right? Then obviously my center of gravity would be here, and then it would pull the player, or try to pull the player to the center, but because it's got a collider, just like the ground has a collider and stops you from falling through the ground, this cliff has a collider and should stop you falling through the cliff. And as you're climbing up, it should follow your height. I think the trickiest part of this will be, like I said, trying to find a dynamic way to figure out where the center should be. Because obviously I can't just put it at a set distance, because, like, let's say the distance is from here to here, right? On this one. Well, if I put the distance from there to there on a huge cliff like this, then it's suddenly gonna, like, fall out of sync with the player. Corky again. Hello, roomies. Hello, Stefan. Hello, Trish. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, that's that. I don't necessarily think I want to attempt that yet. But yeah, that's my idea of how I'm going to get climbing working. I think the biggest issue, like I said, is figuring out where the central gravitational force should be for each cliff. But yeah, the size of this level that I've made, I really think I'm going to need a dynamic way of doing that rather than going around and manually doing it, because that would take me weeks. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I mean, I wonder if it would it just work if I just put it... What if I just put it... Let's have a look. Zoom out a sec. Because this, I mean, it has a couple of high points, this level. That's the problem. So, okay, what I could do is I could take the two highest points, so it's the 3. And I don't know if this is going to change either, like, you know what I mean? I mean, this was just my starting template. It's just what the height map gave me. I can customize all of these cliffs as I'm putting things in the game, so I don't know how much of this is going to stay the same. But I wonder if I just put the center of gravity right in the middle of the highest points of the cliffs, it would certainly work to get you up all of these cliffs, but it wouldn't work as soon as you're like further past the point of that cliff, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's breaking my brain thinking about it. I'll figure something out. Anyway, first, yeah, before I do Andrew Tate AI, so he's my Andrew Tate enemy. He's gonna throw stuff at you. He's gonna patrol up and down, left and right. He's our first basic enemy. I'm gonna do 2 versions of him as well. I'm gonna do one where there's one of these guys wearing a mask, and the one wearing the mask, just to go like Hilichurl style. The one wearing the mask is gonna throw explodable things at you, so like either like petrol bombs or I don't know, something that blows up. Make them a little bit more dangerous, you know, up the stakes a little bit. But yeah, I just think he turned out to look a little bit like Andrew Tate, so that's why I'm calling him Andrew Tate. But before that, what I might do, because this will help me do Andrew Tate, this will help me code Andrew Tate. Let me just try to rephrase that. What I might do first is a Sealy challenge. So where's my interactable? There we go. Challenge, interact challenge. So we'll duplicate the interact challenge over here. There we go. We have another one now. Let me see. Where do I want to put it? Oh, I just realized, actually, that's not how Sealies work in Genshin. In Genshin, the Sealies are just out in the wild, and then you just guide them to their cups. You don't start a challenge. I mean, ours could work differently, but I don't know, do I? I think I like, you know what, I think I'm just going to copy Genshin. Unless there's something I don't like about Genshin, then I obviously won't copy that. But I mean, I like that about Genshin. So I need a Sealy of some sort. God, I have no idea how I'm going to do that. I can't model for shit. Let's have a look. Some kind of little floating creature. Like a Paimon! Yeah, let's not get sued though. Floating ghost? I mean, ghosts work, right? Has anyone made a floating ghost? Yeah, something daft, you know, is fine, I guess. I wish I could model. Is that all you can offer me? Floating. If I put floating, God knows what I'll end up with. Floating creature. Creature? Floating describes the behavior, really, so we could make anything float, technically. We could have a floating... Oh, what about this guy? Oh, I like this. Oh, I like this. Okay, this is it. Sold. Sold! Give me him. Give me him. He's amazing. I love him. He's my new best friend. Alright. Well, these are the guys these are gonna be my Sealies in the game. Hopefully. Okay, downloads, new folder, entitled. Give me SketchUp. It's amazing what you can find on the internet. I guess that's him, is it? Yeah. They left the guy in the scene. Get rid of him. We don't want him. No! Get rid of him. Go away. Alright, let's see. What the hell? They've got some text in here. We don't want that. That is not as advertised. Where are his eyes? That looks nothing like the screenshot, you liars. I think it's the DA. Sometimes it's the DAE thing as well. I think it ruins them. But I guess the thing is, eyeballs are easy enough. I just stick 2 spheres on it. I could still steal this as the body, I guess, and just make him sort of bounce around the level. I mean, that's fine. I'll just use the fuzz texture. So this kind of makes it my own then, doesn't it? So I don't want the text. I don't want the weird little legs. I want him to float. So I'll get rid of the legs as well. So he's legless. And I guess I've got to fix his eyes as well. Stick my own eyes on him. Oh, you piece of shit. No, no. Give me the circles. Give me. Oh my god, why are you being so naughty? Don't do this to me. Oh, there we go. And that. And then there's... Yeah, it's... Okay, the sphere mesh is there. It's just that there's no surface on them. There's even like a weird nose and a smile thing. It's because the software... Well, the software isn't outdated. It's actually the latest version of the software, but the software supports really outdated SketchUp files. So there's been like 6,000 versions of SketchUp files since the one that mine supports. So the only way to download these models now is to download them as a DAE, which is like something completely different, and then import them into SketchUp, and it just wrecks a lot of stuff by the time you actually get your hands on it. Why are you torturing me? Come on, I want this little line here. Just select the line. Is that so hard? Thank you. God. Yeah, I have no idea how to use this program either. Sometimes I can figure out how to put... I can't be able to learn it. I've got enough to do. No, I don't think it does have the mesh. That's the inside of... I'll just stick new eyes on it. It's fine. Yeah, I'll just stick new eyes on it. Alright. So let's save it as a 2013 version. What should we call him? All I can think of is Furby. We can't use Furby, but like he needs a name like a Furby or something like that. So in Genshin they're called Sealies. He looks a bit like a Furby, although not really, but for some reason it just makes me think of a Furby. Plurby? Good enough. I'll ship it. Plurby. I don't think anyone will sue me over that. Alright, Plurby it is. There he is. Oh, he looks so much better in here. He's completely lost his face though. That's alright, we stick eyes on him. The only problem is if we don't make him look friendlier, that looks more like an enemy, doesn't it? It looks more like something you stick a bunch of those in the water, float them about, or even on the land, and my assumption as a player would be, oh, that's going to attack me. You know, that's some environmental hazard. So now I'm in two minds. I'm like, oh, well, that might be an interesting thing to add to the game. Do I want to save this for that then? Make that some kind of environmental, you know, like stick them all over the world, and make it so that they, you know, they just like zap you or explode or something when you get near them. But you can shoot them before they go off and stop them from damaging you. I think I like that, actually. I think I like that idea. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Okay, so in that case, let me export this as spiky. Well, already called it a plurby. That's too nice of. If I'm going to make it an enemy, though, I don't want to call it a plurby. Plurby is too cute of a name. Okay, spike ball. For now, I'll just export that as spike ball. Because yeah, I might actually do that instead, because that's what that looks like to me. It looks like it would make a perfect like environmental thing that you have to avoid, or shoot them before they explode in your face, kind of thing. Almost like work like little mines or something. I don't know yet. See if we can find something else for our flying. Sealy type thing. What the hell? People make some strange things in here. Moogle. It's not a creature, that's a Moogle. Is that the end of it? 571 results. Is that 571 results? Is there another page I don't see? Maybe it's time to change. No, now we go continue with the results. I have to click that. What is that? I mean, that could work if it was. I mean, I suppose it shows how easy it is to make one of these, really. Yeah, that basically looks like a capsule. And you stick two balls on it as eyes. Suddenly it's got a bit of a face. I was hoping I could just pluck something off here quickly, though. That would look good. Dementor head. I wonder what that was. Yeah, I'm noticing there's also a lot of things that are copyrighted here, like people have made like a Totoro and called it a creature, and Moogles. I've seen Moogles. So the only issue with plucking something off here, I mean, I'm probably never gonna. This game's probably never gonna end up on Steam or anything anyway, but you never really know. I try to avoid stuff like that. Yeah, so the only issue is if I don't recognize something as being copyrighted and I use it. I mean, that's just a blob. That would work. That's fine. A blob does the job. Guide the blob. Will it remain a blob by the time we get it into our program? That is the question. Blob. Try coming after me for this, Disney. Probably will. Let's see what happens. Import the blob. Why? It didn't used to do that, I swear to God. It feels like it does it all the time now. It just destroys all of the materials. Oh, why? I mean, it's basically just a sphere with eyeballs, which I could just make, right? It's starting to look like that's what I'm going to have to do. This is not my idea. I can't open those files directly in here, can I? Pretty sure I can't. Downloads. Blob. No. This does not appear to be a SketchUp model. Yeah. Yeah, well. So. And what's the earliest version of SketchUp I could download it in? Yeah, the earliest version is like 2020. Actually, like 2013 or something. It's so ridiculous. That's the earliest version I can download. Blob 20. What was that? 2020. Yeah, I know what it's gonna say. It's gonna say. I don't think it's quite as bad as 2013, but it's something really old like that. Where did that go in downloads? Yeah. Yeah. 2015 or earlier. And this is the latest 3D Exchange, by the way. This is 3D Exchange from 2021. And you have to use 6-year-old models from SketchUp. What a fucking piss take. The software isn't cheap either. I mean, this particular version is a backup copy. Because I like it's expensive software, and I just got sick of buying the new version all the time, and yeah, it has a lot of issues. Yeah, and I just this time around I was like, okay, I feel like I bought this thing enough. Let's just get a backup version, and the backup version is a lot better as well because they have all this. They have all these things where if you try and use some of the animations and stuff, they have like licensing options and all this lot. So like they won't even let you do half of this shit a lot of the time as well. It's like, oh, you haven't got a license for this animation. We're not going to even let you put it in Unity to learn how to do stuff with it because we want more money off you. And this version bypasses all of that, so that's quite nice. Because again, right, I'm not sticking this on Steam or anything. I just want to learn and play and develop some shit. There are enough obstacles. Wait, could that be? What is that? I was wondering if that would work for the little Sealy cup. Alright, let's say I've got to make my own little creature thing. I don't know, what else could I type? Ghost? So a little ghost or spirit or something. Yeah, they're all going to be spooktastics. No, that one might work. We make him a different colour. He's sort of cute. Looks like he's in agony. Looks like someone who's been coding in Unity all his life. I should have picked Unreal. That's the face of a Unity veteran, that right there. Years of C#. Will it even come into this? No, okay, I feel like there's something. It's only started doing this recently. I feel like something is fucking switched off or broken or something in this video, because it would do that once in a blue moon with some models, but it feels like it's doing it all the time now. I know there are new versions, but I think the new version's like, hey, you have to buy me again or we won't let you do anything with it. I can check. I know, because again, I know I've been down this road before. And also, yeah, I think it's like a weird thing where... Do they not even do a free version anymore? Because they used to have a free version. I don't even think they have a free version anymore. And I'm guessing that SketchUp Pro 2023 requires a brand new license. You cannot game develop as a hobby unless you're rich. How dare you? Who do you think you are? It's just not worth me paying for this thing, because like... It's just so stupid, because all I did, like, all it's for is to take one of these models that's on the internet that people have made, little community shared models, and all I do with this is save it in an earlier version of itself. It's literally... I wonder if there's something online that'll do that. There's a lot of online file conversions. Needed to be what, 2015 or earlier? Convert SketchUp. I don't even know where to start. Actually, I think I did this recently though, didn't I? I think I did find something that did it. Convert SketchUp to FBX. Yeah, not in the software, you plonk. I just need to get it into a format that... Let's try the blob. Was the blob the best one? Or was there a better one? Let's take the blob. Convert. I don't even know if this is going to work. It's doing something. It's brainwashing it. Make it one of us. It's hypnotizing it with its rotating. animations. Oh, I mean, it's a 228 kilobyte file. I didn't exactly give you like all of Mondstadt. Imagine. Download FBX. Go, go, go. Go, go, go! Alright, blob.fbx. Did it work? I knew that wouldn't work. I think I did get one of these to work for me though the other day. I can't remember what it... Maybe it was this one? Blob. Oh, it's the most basic modeler ever. It's like a freaking sphere with two spheres on it for eyes. No, it didn't. Congratulations. Here is your model. Actually, I think this is the one that worked for me before, you know, because I remember it coming in a zip file. Okay, stick that in my downloads folder. Image to stl.com I'm looking for. Blob. There it is. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I mean, it got all the parts right, I suppose. Why is it like this? Why is my life like this? If there are any 3D models watching the stream, I need your help. Why don't we have an AI modeler? It's like... What was the other one I was looking at? There was another one that I downloaded. I think it was actually probably better than the blob. Ghost. Oh, I could do the ghost. What's in the ghost? That's the DAE version that I can't do anything with. I mean, it used to work fine. Right. Where is the... Where are all the models? Oh, there it is. Right. Download it as a... I mean, we get so... This is the other thing is like, why is there so many options? Okay, start with a 2020 model. Okay, now give that to you. Convert another. Give that to you. That one. We notice that you may be using an ad blocker. Please disable your ad blocker to continue using our tools. And yet, lets me continue. Yeah, I'm really going to do that, yeah. Maybe that's why it won't work. Like, screw you! We're going to give you a broken model because you're blocking our ads. How dare you? How freaking dare you? Alright, image to FBL Ghost, whatever the fuck. Oh, you ask for me, Alexandria, the H modeler of 3 years. Joking. I only make VTubers with big schmons. That sounds nice, actually. Why is it 60 billion meshes and it's completely black? I mean, to be fair, I might be able to retexture that and then just give it some features. I mean, I don't know. At this stage, I'm getting desperate now. I hate it when it's something like this, you know, I just want to quickly see what I really want to do is I want to code the freaking AI for this and stick it in my game. Like, I don't want to spend 6 months just getting something into the game. I just want to, that's why I like using these things. It's just steal somebody else's model that they, to be fair, they shared it online and stick that in. Maybe I feel like I need to go somewhere else for 3D models. There must be options available. I never really looked into this. Free 3D models. There's got to be like websites that offer them. I never really looked into it because this thing links you straight to it, you see. So this, and that's the other annoying thing, right? This program that I use, which is part of my pipeline, basically suggests that, hey, if you want 3D models, use the SketchUp thing. But then they're like, oh, by the way, make sure it's from 2015 or earlier, otherwise you won't be able to use it. Yeah, great, thanks. And that's the only reason I do it that way, is because that's kind of led me there. What the hell? No, like... What? You're not allowed our 3D models. The likes of you, you scum. Go away. Oh, here we go. Download free 3D models, royalty free in Creative Commons. Sketchfab. Why did they all start with sketch? Alright, so let's see. Creature, let's see what we get on here. And can we get it in a format that we can use? Oh, Christ, these are miles more. What the hell? I feel like I'm on Naughty Dog's personal archives here. These are too detailed for my game. It wouldn't fit the style, would it? Maybe I should search for crap model. Okay, these are hideous. I want like maybe I need a cute. Maybe let's try a cute creature. Oh, look at that! He doesn't really. Oh, that is adorable. Wait a minute, you said they were free, didn't you? What do you mean $6? Oh, okay, that must be the premium option. I need. Is that the free one then? That's the same one? No, they are. All right, you have to pay for these. To be fair though, $6 ain't bad. Like if I saw something really awesome. Oh, these are pretty cool. How much are these? It's very Moogle-like, but that would totally fit the theme of my game. Is this one free? I think I'd need to detach the tail, because what I'd want to do, if I can figure that out, yes, chop his tail off and then make his tail like a physics thing so it actually like flows behind him. This is perfect if I can. It says there, download 3D model. Register Google. Okay, give me him. Give me! Let me scroll down. Why would you scroll down? Why would it scroll? What is happening? Is that the bottom of the page? No, because the stuff... Why won't it let me scroll? Because it's zooming in and out. It won't let me scroll over here. Don't do this to me, website. What are you doing to me? Close that. Yeah, there's more of this page, but it won't let me scroll. I don't understand. What is happening? The page is frozen. It won't let me do anything. There's no scroll bar. Let's just refresh. Ah, is that what? Oh, well, I haven't accepted your terms and conditions. There we go. Object. Okay, sometimes those work. FBX would be better. I don't seem to have an FBX. Copy credits. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, if I start using this, then I can make a note of who did objects, and then I can... I'll mention them in some convoluted tome. I'll put a library in my game, and you have to go through all the tomes, and it'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, this model was made by this guy. Alright. Cute Creature 2. And I thought I was the only one. Okay, object. Will it work? Will it work? Come on. Come on, baby. Please, 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 please. You said what? You said you would give me in an object file. Oh, there's a zip file. Why is there 56 of them? ZBrush. I've heard of ZBrush. What? The 3D model is too small. Oh, so it's broken up into parts, I think. Oh God, this is the do-it-yourself. This is like when you buy something off Amazon. Like, I'll have a dishwasher, please, and then you get 3 cogs in the post. And then you get a couple of dishwasher racks. And 3 days later, you get the electronic motor. It's like, yeah, you gotta build it yourself. Nintendo about this stone. Oh, was it? Almost everything I'm seeing is copyrighted shit, is it? For now, it's. I mean, I can change it later, if need be. Okay, there must be a way to stick these together. Like, in some ways, it's good that they're... Okay, what's the name of this software? Sketchfab, right? Sketchfab.zbrush. Like, what is that? Is that a Sketchfab? Sketchfab is a 3D modeling platform website to publish, share, discover, buy, and sell 3D content. Okay. Is this how all their models come in pieces like this? It's just... This is weird. There's no way to, like, line them up for me and make them one object. I've literally got to... Fine! I guess we'll stick it back together. This is so much work. I mean, it does look amazing, though, to be fair. God, where do I even begin? Okay, so... In that case, we want to export all of these parts as FBXs. Let's stick them in a folder. Can I make a folder from in here? Yeah. Okay. Assets. Okay. Build a critter. Build a critter. Not. Build your own critter. There you go. Yok. I'll do. Go. Okay. Subtools. None of that makes any sense. Okay. Let's just call this. I believe that's the head. Okay. I need to be some kind of like expert model surgeon. Okay. Was that subtool 0? I don't know what that is. I don't know what piece that is. I'm supposed to know what that is. Unknown piece. Let's see the model again. Is there any other format that this thing will support? I don't think there is. I've never even heard of any of these. USDZ, GitF. How that even are these GLBs? Why not FBX? FBX is one of the most common fucking formats. It's Autodesk. It's... Everybody supports FBX. Can we just have an FBX? Uploaded with ZBrush. Is ZBrush a free program? If I load it in ZBrush, maybe I can export it as an FBX. I've definitely heard of ZBrush. Ah! What? What? Ah! What are you doing? Pixelogic. Well, look, cut to the chase. Get ZBrush. Buy or try. Okay. So it's not free, from the sounds of it. Trial. Start your 14-day trial. You can install, use, or try all of our products. Yeah. Can I export from it, though, with a trial version? I might be able to find a naughty version of it, I guess. Let's just see. Oh, leave me alone. Don't look. These guides. 2021 multi-language Russian. 2022 x64. Sounds good to me. Yeah, let's get some Russian viruses on here. Can't wait. Alright. I don't know whether to keep going with the bits and pieces method. Am I going to even know how to assemble it though? Where's the model? I can see it. Oh, that was probably its body. That's probably its body then. I think it's body. Body. Go. Exported. Okay. Then number 2. Too small. Wings. They're wings if ever I saw them. Wings. Okay. Where are we up to? That's subtool 2. Subtool 3. Bow. Okay. Okay. Subtool 4. Oh, that's the body. Okay, I exported something called body and I don't know what it was. Maybe it was his ass. Maybe it was an ear. I don't think it was an ear. I don't know what that was. Okay, well this is the body. So we'll call it real body. But we also have something called the body that I don't actually know what it is. Okay, we're on to 5. Subtool 5. Ears. Is this thing Nintendo, the thing I've downloaded? It does look too, it looks too good to be someone's random creation. Did we already do the wings? They're the wings. Maybe there's 2. Why would there be 2 wings? Yeah, it's from a game. I'm pretty sure it was like a dating sim or some shit like Sakura Santa, something random. Well, yeah, I mean, if I ever plan on putting this on Unity or whatever, then I'll obviously have to change that. But it's probably just going to be one of my many projects that like will eventually just get abandoned anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. These are also wings, so we'll call this also wings. But I don't know why there's 2 wings. Maybe it's like where, you know, like if you buy a Barbie or whatever. Not that I've ever bought a Barbie, but I would assume if you buy a Barbie, like you'll get like, I don't know, accessory this or option that, or you can use this head or this hair or this whatever body part. I don't know what that is. Oh, that'd be the tail, won't it? It's the tail. And last but not least, this has got to be the star on the end of the tail. It is indeed star on end of tail. Call it tail star. Tail star. Your adventure in the sky. Now I've got to put this whole thing together. But none of it had any texture, did it? Like, that's another issue. Did this even come with any texture? I don't think it did. No, literally all you've got is meshes. So I got to texture it myself. And that's fine, I guess, but so I know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see what kind of monstrosity we end up with, shall we? Oh, Sadie, I'd like you to meet your new friend. Frankenfart. He's a delightful creature. Will guide you off the edge of a cliff, probably. Alright, so where did I put it? There's a folder called Build Your Own Creature. Let's make sure these are set up right. I mean, I don't think there are any materials. Apparently I can't put that on multiple selections. There might be. I don't want to use model name though, because each one of these is going to count as a separate model. So let's go with models material. Let's try that. So legacy external models material. Why would you just let me do multiple at once? I don't get it. Sure you won't let me do multiple at once. Ears to wings. Can I do multiple models at once? Bitch. Should have gone with Unreal. I bet Unreal lets you do multiple models at once. Just saying. Just saying, Unity, you know. I mean, you know. Hello, Peaks. We hope you don't abandon your creations like you do with games. Oh, I abandon everything. I am the abandoner. I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to make, like, I mean, to be fair, and that's a good point, right? People in game development pretty much say that no game ever gets finished. They all just get abandoned. Like, because you can never really feel like you're done. Like, it's like, but I mean, but when I abandon stuff, like, it's not even 10% done usually. I don't know, I'm feeling good about this one and I am enjoying it and I think it's got a lot of potential. But no, there's two reasons why I end up abandoning projects. Sometimes I hit like a technical limitation, so like, I don't know, things start to break and I don't know how to fix them or whatever. A lot of the times I just get burnt out and then I get so burnt out that I'm like, oh, I'll come back to this. And it's pretty easy to get back into a video game after you've had a break from it. But getting back into a project like this that you're building that has so many moving parts, trying to get your head wrapped around it again after taking a long break from it is like, it's so difficult to do. And I think because it's such a steep curve to get over that, normally by then I feel like doing something different. So normally by that point, because I never mean to abandon them, but then, you know, what I'll do is sometimes I'll burn myself out and then I'm like, okay, so burnt out on this, let's take a couple of weeks off, and then a couple of weeks becomes a couple of months, maybe even longer. And then when I start thinking, should I do that game I was working on, I think about how long it would take me to relearn everything that I'd set up, which is kind of hard because my head hasn't been in it for like 2 months or whatever. And then I think, oh, well, what if we do something else? So I'll weigh up, like, do I want to try something different or do I want to get back into that old smelly thing and learn how it all worked again? And usually I'm like, let's do something new. So that's what normally happens. I don't know. I think I've just got a bit of a scatterbrain. Just get bored with things easily, I guess. But yeah, I would like to do more in this. So far, what I've got is feeling quite good, going well. Mostly just for practice. If he has to make a project of this scale by himself, it would take a decade. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I do wish I could have the, like... I mean, maybe that's it. I don't know, because the thing is, I can also get very obsessive and very stubborn over certain things. But it's all about passion. It's whether I lose the passion or not. My biggest driving thing is always passion. So I'm still passionate about this project, so that's why it's literally all I can think about right now. But yeah, if I burn myself out, that passion normally kind of is gone by the time I try and come back to it. So then I just don't want to do it. But if I don't know, I'm trying to think, have I ever been passionate about something over a long-term thing? I don't know, not really. I think that kind of goes against my personality and the way I am. But like, I'd love to be able to do that. Like, I wish I was more like that. Like, because if I could do this game and then, you know, abandon it and then come back to it and, you know, keep coming back to it bit by bit, then, you know, I could end up with like a fully fledged game eventually. But like I say, normally what happens is I just feel like doing something else by that point. It's like, you know, that was 6 months ago, and now I'm into whatever it is. You know what I mean? And I'd rather do something like that. So yeah, we'll see. See what happens. Did I do all of these things? I did, didn't I? That one says models material. That says texture now. Right, let's... Ah! Okay, it's something. It's something, alright. Okay, let's have a look. Now I have to like figure out what the hell we're looking at. I need an object to group these together. But yeah, mostly it is just I do it for the experience. Like it's just I enjoy doing stuff like this. Like so, I enjoy the actual process of making these things. But you know, normally, yeah, normally it's just not fun anymore, and I think that's why I get abandoned. It gets to a point where it starts to become tedious, or I don't know. Like I said, I've lost the passion, or whatever it is I'm about to sort out. I'll just call it for creature. Right, let's see the model. Oh, so that's supposed to be its mouth. So you can't get the texture for it. Put in Blender. Oh, apparently you can get a Unity Sketchfab importer plugin. Okay, that might be worth looking into if I end up using this thing. Sketchfab for Unity on GitHub. Hmm. Oh, I really wish it came with textures already. So that head is facing the right way. The bow, okay, the bow's supposed to be just underneath the head, like on the body. Let me bring this up a little bit. Too low down there. So we need room for its body. So the bow kind of... Oh yeah, there's the bow. The bow kind of goes down there. Somewhere. Ish. And there should be a body. Real body, we called it, didn't we? Because the other one, I don't know what the other one was. Woohoo! Spinning his body around. He's breakdancing. Okay, grab the bar. Stick it in the front. I thought that was lined up, but apparently not. I swear the head's... Why is the head so big? Oh, the head is that big. It doesn't look as good in mine. Did you ever get that? Where you're looking at the frozen lasagna box in the supermarket and you think, oh yeah, that looks delicious. You stick it in your microwave and you put it in your plate. You're looking at it and it looks like some cat vomited all over your plate and you're like, that's not at all what that's supposed to look like. That's my experience right now, pretty much. So maybe we should call this guy Cat Vomit. Okay, I think the head sticks out past the bow. Is the body at the right angle? Not really. I don't think it is. This is so hard. I'm not a bloody... God damn it, I'm not a 3D model surgeon. I don't know what I am. I'm a freaking idiot. I'm gonna make the body a little bit bigger. Alright, we're getting... I feel like we're getting there. Can you imagine if I actually tried to model? I can't even stick the pieces together properly. See, I feel like I'm good at building systems. That's what I'm really good at. I'm really good at the really boring stuff. Like doing little internal databases for the game and, you know, linking things together and all that kind of stuff. For some reason, I seem to be pretty good at all that shit. But like anything that requires like patience. Well, mind you, that requires patience, to be fair, the system building stuff, but I must just like it for some reason. Alright. Okay, we're getting somewhere. What colour should we make the bow? I think red. Isn't it a law that all bows have to be red? I feel like that's a law in some countries. Okay, object default material. No. We'll call it floaty. Oh, what did I say I was going to call him? Peebles or something. I don't know. Peeb bow. I don't think it was Peebles. And then let's make sure it's selected. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely, that is. We don't have to make him white. Give him our own colour, I guess. I mean, Sealy's are blue. Should we just make him blue? Just completely rip off Genshin. We're ripping everything else off. I don't see why not. No point in second guessing ourselves at this stage. Hey, at the end of the day, Pika's favourite game. Biggest stealer of other people's shit ever. Even Genshin was accused of stealing Breath of the Wild. We all do it. I'm just like every developer in China at this point. Yeah, I'd have to do something with the tail. We can make the tail black. So like the black tail, I think. So we're going to create a material called Peeb. I've been enjoying my upgraded suppressor on 8.1. Have you really? Have you really enjoyed it? How do you enjoy a suppressor? Enjoying seeing slightly larger numbers on your screen. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And your weapons are level 170. Yeah, I noticed last night that I could go a level higher or something, but I just can't be bothered. Care enough. Peeb black. I meant to type tail. Well, I was thinking black tail, and I typed black instead of tail. I want to dance with somebody. Okay, I do want to change that one there. Peep tail. Let's make it black. Or very dark grey at least. Yeah, let's just go black. Change its metallicness and its smoothness and whatnot. Yeah, we could also cell shade all these materials as well, actually, so it looks more cartoony. We'll get to that if we decide to do that. I feel like it should be kind of blue. Right, so these are the ears. What else? What have we got left? What's this? Wings. Okay, these are the wings. Yeah, he's like a cross between a Moogle and, I don't know, kind of a little flying teddy bear or something. I think the wings should be black, right? How high up should the wings be? Yeah, probably about where I've got them. They look like they don't really fit on the head properly. No, it's looking pretty good. There should be a tail star in here somewhere. Tail star. This was supposed to be download a model, stick it in the game. By now it should be like, should be back in his little. See, yeah, that's the only thing. Sealies go into little cups, don't they? I don't know where this fat little shit's gonna sit, because Sealies kind of squish themselves into. I love how they do that as well. They just squish themselves into their little cups when you guide them to it. Well, I don't know what this fat little shit's gonna do. I need a big freaking cup, wouldn't I? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying my best. Why hasn't he got any eyes? Because they're drawn on. So what was body? Because body wasn't really the body. So what is that? I don't even know what that is. What is that? Is that one of the eyes? Does anybody know what this bit is? Broke off. Broke off in shipping. I don't know where to stick it. I don't see anything like that. I don't think it's his eye. We could use it as his eyes though, see how it looks. What if we just stick two of these on and call them his eyes? Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, let's make a material. What will this companion of yours do with my boar girl? Like help her fire more arrows or something? No, he's going to be my Sealies. So you know we have to guide the Sealies back into their cups. He's going to be my version of a Sealy. Peep eye. You just call it your boar girl. You simping for my characters already. They're not even out yet. Should make this a gacha game. People, Pika will give me all his money. Peep eye. That's the eye right there. It's the eye of the people. He's got eyes on his head, but they're sitting 6,000 miles away from his face. But if we put it here... Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to be his eye, but I think we might be able to get that to work. Which way around should it be? Oh my god, this is so... And then I can just duplicate one. Rotate it a bit. You know, that sort of thing. Will you get on this thing's face and stop floating out in the middle of nowhere? Thank you so much. Such delicate work. Probably shouldn't have a caveman like me doing it. I think that kind of works. We need to do something with the mouth. I don't know about white. Maybe should make it blue. So the deal is, Pika, if you see one of these floating around in the world, you gotta guide him back to his little home. All right, I think black wings. Where are your wings, sweet child? Where are your wings? Why is there 4 different components for it? Maybe make them grey. Oh, here we go. Now we're in business. And then for his body, I'm just going to be lazy. Let's call it P body, and I'm going to apply it to the ears. Really, I should try and make it so the outside is something and then the inside is pink, but then it's trying to figure out how the texture wraps, and it's just like, right now at least I can't be asked. I just want to get this thing up and running. I mean, maybe I can, you know, polish stuff like that later, but for now, just get this bloody thing done so we can get it moving. I am the tiger. Yeah, I might also be able to do some fun stuff with like shader graphs and stuff as well later on, which would let me make him, like I could make him glow like Sealy's glow. I could give them like a glow. And then if I had a day-night cycle, which I might do as well at some point, because they're not too difficult to set up, they look pretty cool when it gets dark. Glowing in the overworld. That eye looks a little lost. Stick it back on his face. There we go. Alright, what do we think? I mean, he's white, so I think maybe a different colour. So let's see what colours we've got. Like a blue. Jesus. Oh, there we go. We're getting. I like that. I think maybe does he blend in with the sky? Does he stand out enough? I don't know. What other options do we have? Yeah, green. He's gonna blend in with the grass. Yellow looks weird. Pink. I don't want everything to be pink in this game. Yeah, I think I prefer the blues, the sort of bluey colour. Somewhere in this region, I think. Alright, let's go with that one. I think that's fine. I think overall make him a bit bigger. Shit, he's not centered. Oh, balls. Balls! Does it matter though? So if I grab all of these and then move their transforms, does that move them within their parent container? I would hope. Yes. Okay, keep going. Left a bit. Good enough. Is that over there? That's a tree. Yeah, the only issue with him being blue is I feel like you might not see him against the sky very easily. Okay. So now the thing I need is a stretch. So Sealy's have little cups that they go back to. Right. Actually, let me just put him next to her as well. I need to know how big he is. How big he actually is. It's hard to tell how big he is when he's on his own over there. I need something to scale him against. I get the feeling he's going to be the size of a peanut. I think he is. Oh my god, he's the size of a peanut. So we need to make him bigger. Let's go and get him over here with our pro tag. It's the eye of the tiger. What do you think? Oh yeah, he's like the size. It's like the size of a bloody fingernail. Alright, well, we can make him bigger. Yeah, it would have been hard to see. Scale wise, maybe even bigger. So you've got to be able to see him floating out in the world. I think something like that's good. So he'll just be like fucking around here like this, like, oh my god, I've lost my home, I don't know where to go, oh lord. And then you'll come along and guide him back to his home. So the big question now is, what should his home look like? Because Sealy's squish themselves into their little cups. I mean, I could literally just draw a hole in the ground and then have him jump into the hole. And you guide him back to a little hole in the ground or something. I don't know. Could be anything. What about a plant pot? What if he just sits in a plant pot? Why not? Fuck it. Plant pot. That works. Alright, he's going to jump into a little plant pot. So now I need to give him a plant pot that he needs to sit in. Because he's a little weirdo. He likes living in plant pots. Oh, should we try our new website? They've got to have some plant pots in here. No, it needs to be empty. Empty plant pot. Unless he inserts himself onto the cactus. That's one. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah, this is supposed to be a family-friendly game. Oh, this is lovely, this. Look at this. It's even got soil in it and everything. Yeah, maybe he's got like some fetish where he just likes to stand in soil. Alright, gimme. Praise the Lord! FPX. Wow, it's been so long. It's been so long since I found a website that actually lets me download you guys. You guys are the best. Source and textures. Oh, they even gave us textures. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Plant pot. Oh, ho! Just call me Harry Potter. I'm sorry. I'll go where. Okay, Potter. Show me your pot. Oh, you're gonna make me apply the textures manually, you son of a bitch. It's fine, I guess. Well, it'll have to be, won't it? Export FPX. Oh, it's already... Yeah, why would I do that? It's already in FPX. Maybe Unity will figure out the textures. Probably not. I don't know, maybe. So what are we dealing with? A folder called plant pot. So if we drag that into our props folder, a material is... Hello, Gregorman. How are you? Welcome back. A material... It always says this. A material is using the texture as a normal map. The texture must be marked as a normal map. Okay, I'll say fix now, but I feel like it's lying to me. I feel like it's lying. Why lying, Unity? Alright, let's drag the plant pot in here. Where is it? Is it so small I can't see it? Wait, what? Did that not work? Close all this lot. Right, let's try that again. Plant pot. Saying cannot drag into scene. Oh, because it's a folder. Doofus. Oh, look, it did texture it for us. Oh, that's nice. Oh, hey, I'll use this website more often. Right, so first of all, we need to make sure this plant pot will fit on this guy's bum. Gregor's man's like, what the hell have I just walked into? Don't ask. The less you know, the better. Trust me. Yeah, so he's going to live in this little plant pot, you see. He's got a soil fetish. He's got a bit of a soil fetish going on. So he'll jump in there like that. Oh, that looks pretty good, I have to admit. And then, see, this is perfect. Then marketing. Then I sell plushies in plant pots so I can get sued by both the nearest garden centre as well as Nintendo at the same time. I mean, who wouldn't buy that, right? This game becomes successful. Who wouldn't buy a plant potted what do they call them? Plushie. Right, okay, I'd say that's the right size plant pot for this little creature. So, okay. Now we need to figure out where we're going to put him to test him. Where's the first one of these puzzles going to be? For now, let me just parent the creature to the plant pot so we can drag them both with us. Let's have a look around, shall we? Where should we stick him? He should just be floating around somewhere. I might just stick him here, actually. That looks good to me. Yeah. Why have I got that song made? I don't know. Because I was sticking his eyes on him. And then all I could think of was eye of the tiger. Okay, so how this is going to work is you're going to see him looking all lost and confused. And sad. I'll stick him by this tree so he's like semi-hidden. So the player's going to find our little lost creature. Our long lost creature. He's lost his home. He's just going to be like hanging out around here somewhere. I'm not sure what height he should be at. It's hard without having a character there. Bankruptcy speedrun. Probably wouldn't take me long, to be honest. Alright, and then when you find him, you just basically collide with him. And he'll have basically a path that he goes off on. And each path node will require you to interact with him. Just like it works in Genshin. It's going to make it work just like it works in Genshin. And he's going to guide you off the cliff. Let's put his plant pot there. Okay, maybe not that low down. Rise to the surface. Sprout. Sprout like the wind. There we go. I stick his plant pot on the ground. And that'll be where he... Alright, so first thing we're going to need to do, let's give him a script. So he's... yeah, well, okay, we don't actually interact with him. Creature. Right, what did I decide to call him? Something like... I can't remember what were his materials called. I'm literally making this up as I go along. I made a bunch of materials with his name in them. I'll just leave it as creature for now. I'll call the script floaty creature for now. Hello. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I don't know why this is a karaoke stream. I have no idea. It just kind of happened. It's just one of those days, you know. Alright, so... I got a better idea. I'm going to give him a list of game objects, which I will call path. And the final game object in that path will be the plant pot. All right, so let's set that up first. Use cubes so I can actually see where they are. There we go. Right, so first he'll guide you over here. And he'll guide you over here. And then he'll fly over here so that you can go down this cliff. And then he'll go over this way a little bit. Where's his plant pot? Used it already. feel like oh, that's probably the cube. I thought that was its shadow. Where the hell is it? I've actually lost it. Stop putting trees on top of each other, you stupid spawner. I really wish I wouldn't do that. Okay, I don't know where the hell his plant pot is. I've legitimately lost it. Where the hell is it? Well, let me just click it and it'll reveal itself. Terrain, go away. Render my screen another day. No, don't do that. I need ground to walk on. Plant pot, there you are. Where are you exactly? Jesus Christ. Okay. Maybe we should work backwards from here. Ah, Lord. I need these creatures to show me where to go every single day of my life because my sense of direction sucks. Okay, I think it's down there. It's just really small, so it's quite hard to see. All right, so then he should go. Then he should go out here, so that he can go down. And then he's almost home. Then. And they could just take a straight line straight to his plant pot from there, I think. Maybe these cubes too big, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. So we have... Our path is going to be a length of 8 for this particular one. Where is he? There he is. Not 80. Oh my god, seriously? 8's more than enough, thank you very much. Alright, so we'll link each node in our path. Because we're going to need that. And the last object should be the plant pot he belongs to. Which is somewhere. There it is. Alright. Yeah, I was thinking I need colliders on them, but I don't. Because I can just use their transform values. I can just say move to transform, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's get my creature thing. So we'll do a public integer current node 0. He will need a collider trigger on him though, so that we can detect when our player is sort of egging him along. So, but yeah, I'm gonna make it like it is in Genshin, where you don't actually collide with him or move him or anything. You can just walk right through him if you want. So I might even make him like look ghosty like, I don't know, at some point. Anyway, Sphere Collider would probably be the best one to do that with, I think. Wait. Is that not what you call it? I thought it was called a Sphere Collider. Yeah, there it is. Sphere Collider of the universe. Do, 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 do. Radius. Yeah, that's fine. As long as he detects you somewhere near him. Oh shit. Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. Is it going to be at 0? Good enough. Let me move that a little bit more. That's better. That'll do. Okay. And we can add some animations and stuff to him later. For now, so he's going to pretty much do nothing until the player triggers his collider. So we do a on trigger thing, don't we? Now, I'm trying to think of a script that I used that on. Wait, what am I looking at right now? Oh. Oh, it was the speed boost, that's right. I know I used it in the speed boost. I just don't know what the syntax is off the top of my head. I think it's something like on trigger. I'm pretty sure it's on trigger. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that though. On trigger, enter, collider, other. That's the bit I needed. Creature. Okay, so if we enter his... I suppose we need to make sure it is the player that collides with him. Because otherwise, in theory, wouldn't you be able to just shoot him with an arrow and then that would trigger an on-trigger thingy? So I need to make sure that it is the player's collider. So for now, let's just... Because I'm not actually sure what it'll say. Just debug.log other.collider.name. Other.name? Yeah, other.name. So I know exactly what we're putting in our if statement. It probably says Sadie. I don't know actually, I'm not sure where the armature is, where the collider is. She's probably got like 10 colliders at this point. I have no idea. Let's find out. Right, where is he? Good God, now you get to see my terrible sense of direction all over again. He's down over this side, actually. Yeah, there's his cubes. Ha ha! I follow your breadcrumbs! Can't hide from me. He's near this tree, I'm sure of it. There he is. Yeah, it might be nice to make him glow something, because he is quite hard to see right now. Also, yeah, okay, player armature it comes back with. Player armature. Yeah, he's a little bit high up as well. Let's make him a little bit lower. If other.name is player armature, then let's just do next node. What don't you like about that? Oh, parenthesis. Yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it, Uni. All right, next node. So our next node, what we want to do is we want to say vector3 equals path at position node index current node. Vector3 equals dot transform dot position. That's not how you do vector 3s. And you give it a name. Destination, I guess. There we go. So now we know where he needs to move to. And then I guess I can say we'll probably need to do this in a core routine, I would think. Yeah. I could run it in update. Yeah, no, I could run it in update actually. Yeah, and just move it one step at a time. In that case, okay, I'll need to make destination. Let's make this destination vector 3. And on start, we need to set destination to this game object transform position. That way in update we can say if this dot transform position is not destination dot transform. Destination is a transform position. Then do something. Okay, right, let's see. Let's just see. Where's our logic at? So we walk into the collider and see if it's us. If it is us, we call next node. Next node sets the destination to whatever current node in the index is set to. So it'll move us to the next game object, but we don't actually move yet. But here we can say, okay, if our destination position is not where we are currently at, then can't we do something like transform move towards? I think it's something like this dot transform position. Oh. Okay, let's have a look at my... Okay. The best result I got was the aiming arrow script. Self-destruct arrow. Okay. What I used in here worked pretty good. So that was my rotation. Yeah, I should do both. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's just nick this. And we'll butcher it to fit. Okay, so that's if, right, first of all, we were saying, has target been acquired? Has the target not been acquired? If the target hasn't been acquired, then we acquire a target. We don't need that because we already have a destination. We do have a speed. I guess step equals speed, which I assume was a float value, was it? Yeah. Yeah, we could give this thing a speed that we can play with, I guess. Do a public float called speed. And the arrows were like 16 or something, so let's just set this to... These are normally quite slow engaged. Set it to 3 for now and see how that feels. Okay. Target, I think we want destination. Target, we want destination. Target, we want destination. Oh, is that the right destination? Yeah. Looks like it. And destination. All right. And then we'll say else if our transform position is at our destination, then we want to say current node increment 1. Now we're going to need like a special instruction for the plant pot, because I'll want an animation where he actually goes up to the plant pot and like sits himself in it and stuff, so we'll worry about that in a sec. Right now, let's see if this works. I think it'll work. It won't work. It will work. Shh. Wait, I know he's off this cliff somewhere. There was a tree. Okay. I'll find him. Okay, there's his cubes. There he is. He's hiding. That tree. The only reason, the only way I can find him as easily as I can, even though I put him there, is when I see his cubes. I don't necessarily see him. All right, let's see this. See if this works. Ah, you piece of shit! Argument out of range exception. Really, really, Unity? You gonna out of range exception me on our first date? Really? Piece of shit. Destination equals path current node dot transform dot position. What? What's wrong with that? What's on? Oh, it's because it's node 80,782. Because yeah, I just basically said, hey, if we're at our destination, then we must have advanced a node. All right. Yeah, but we only want to do that once. So I guess we'll do a private bool called node complete, which will default to true. Okay. And when we change our destination, so we do next node, we will set node complete to false. And then here we will say if node complete is false, then advance our node and mark our node complete as true. All right, that should work. All right. Where is he, the son of a bitch? Ah, there he is, there he is, there he is, there he is. Right, I still haven't done the mechanic yet to actually land. I can't actually disable the glider when it's... The only way to land is to literally just land. I can't, like, cancel my glider yet. I need to code that in. That should be easy enough to do. Hey! He moved on to his first node. He should stop. Yeah, I think he's literally sat in the cube right now. And he should wait for us to go and set him off again. Oh shit, I can... There's colliders on the cube. You can't get me. I'm hiding in a cube. Piece of shit. Damn it. Okay, take the colliders off the cubes so we can actually get to him. We'll also make them invisible as well because it seems to be working pretty good. Where are the colliders? There they are. All right, take number 56. Yeah, so these where is he? There he is. These little tricks I can use when I do my enemy AI as well. Okay, so you should go to the first node and then stop and wait for me. Oh, he didn't, the piece of shit. Where do you go? Oh, why are you going off on your own, you little shit? And plus he clipped through the cliff, so I'm going to need to move those nodes. He's going all the way to the plant pot without me, ain't he? Little dipshit. Where? Where is he? This is not going well. I don't even know where he went. When I gave you artificial intelligence, I meant what I told you to do, not intelligent enough to make up your own mind about what you wanted to do. You do as you're told, you little shit. Right, I don't know what went wrong. Maybe... Yeah, I was thinking, could it be because my collider trigger is firing more than once? But even if it is, that shouldn't matter because we don't advance to the next node until we reach our destination anyway. So it shouldn't really matter. So I don't think it's that. Alright, let me see it again. What exactly is happening here? Wrong tree, I guess. Oh shit, I've hidden the cubes now, so I don't know where... He's actually harder to find. I think he's on this level, isn't he? Pretty sure he was only one level down. Yeah, I think he's behind this tree. There he is. Okay, so it should go to node 1. Current node should go to node 1. What the hell is happening? Oh, mind you, if it's running an update, maybe it's just not had time to update the inspector. According to the script, he's still on node 0. Yeah, no, I suppose he would be because node 0 is the first destination point. But he should move on to node 1 when he hits... I wonder if his transform never equals exactly that transform. He's still moving, apparently. Where the hell is he? Can you show me? He's falling. Oh, I'm so sorry, floaty creature. I tried to save you. Tried to save you from yourself. Okay, well that didn't go well. I don't understand though. What went wrong? What went wrong? Okay, let's set his speed to 1. Actually, let's just set it to 0.1. Let's run him super slowly. I want to know what's happening. I'm wondering if maybe he goes past... But we said move towards nodes, so even if he did, theoretically speaking, I think even if he did go past his node and his transform never equaled the destination transform, maybe I need to put trigger... Maybe I should put trigger colliders on the cubes and then just find out whether... Yeah, detect each node as a trigger as well. That might be an easier way of doing that. Because I would have expected that if he went past his node by saying rotate towards and move towards, he would just constantly like jitter backwards and forwards, never quite hitting the node. If that was the case, because he's told to constantly aim for the node, right? So why he goes past it and then clips through the fucking map, I have no idea. Where's his tree, for God's sake? There it is. He's going to go super slowly this time. Okay, I didn't think he was going to be that slow. I just want to see what he does. This is about the speed they move in Genshin, isn't it? See, I knew it was all just time-wasting mechanics. He could do it being a little bit lower again. Should be at like chest height, I think. Whoa! Right, he just took a nosedive through the ground. Why did he do that? He should have gone to there, and then after that he should have gone to there. Apparently his current node is 0 still. I don't understand what is happening. You know what though? Interestingly enough, that's what the arrows do. So it'll be that code. Because the arrows go to the aiming cube, and then when they hit the aiming cube, they just start nosediving. I actually quite like that for the arrows though, because then it almost kind of feels like they have gravity or something, even though they actually don't. But for him, okay. So we can't just say did we arrive at our destination. I guess maybe we should use trigger colliders then. So if I put yeah, let's leave that on for now, just so I can see them. Okay, so instead of doing an else statement here, this should be if other.name starts with cube, then you reached one of your nodes and move on to the next node. I think this will get him almost to the plant pot. Is he going to wait for me though, or is he going to move on by himself? Shit, I don't know what he's going to do. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I need to speed him up. I don't think he'll wait for me at each node, because I think I need to change the code more for that as well. Let's make him 0.5 for now. Okay, I'll make it faster. Should wait for me. He did it. What? He did it again? And he still didn't increment his node. Okay, there must be he must be going straight to plant pot or something. Or trying to go straight to plant pot. I feel like he's not getting the transform to the next cube. So maybe the original code was fine, because he's actually got the same behavior. If I trigger his collider, we make sure the destination is set to current node. And we mark this current node completed as false. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that on a trigger event though, because I was going to say we don't know whether the current node is false, but yeah, no, we should do that, because whether we trigger him because he's waiting for us or whether we're just like completely hounding him, either way that should trigger the next. I should tell him that he needs to be moving and he hasn't arrived at his destination. Okay, yeah, but thinking about it, yeah, no, because it was okay. It was triggering multiple times because it went up nodes like crazy because this was repeatedly firing. So that's why we added node complete as false. So we should only increment one node at a time until I don't understand what is happening. It's our second node there. Yeah, I think right. I think I know what the issue is. I think the issue is that he's just not advancing his node index, but I don't know why. So we've tried two methods now. Let's just test to see if that condition is being met. I don't think it is, but I don't know why. Where is your tree, Mr. Seeley, Mr. Seeley? Yeah, it doesn't. So maybe I would need to detect. So maybe the cube doesn't cause the trigger because he runs into the cube doesn't run into him. I thought they would work both ways, but maybe they don't. So if we can't ever check to see if we reach the destination, because we never actually reach the destination, and we can't detect a collision, how the fuck are we going to do it? I think I'm going to need to detect the collisions on the cubes themselves. It's a pain in the ass. I don't think there's any two ways around it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna floaty creature. Okay, I think that's how it's gonna have to work. Oh well, I didn't really want to do that, but looks like I have to. I guess I'll just call it path node. Literally all I need is a node reach to say false, and then I'll do a void on trigger. And I guess his name will be creature. We'll update our node reached to true. What is your problem, eh? What? What? What's the problem? Oh, because we... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, and then what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to inherit the path node class on floaty creature. So we can't do that. So we need private path node, which we'll call path node. Our active path node is the path game object at current node.getComponent. Then we can say else if path node dot wrong path node dot, what did we call it? Node reached. Is true. And node complete is false. Then node complete is true. And increment node index, or whatever it's called, current node. That's gotta work, right? Surely. What could possibly go wrong? Let's find out. Yeah, that makes sense because we're not currently at a node, so we don't have we don't have a path node. I guess on start, I could just go and get the first node. Right? If I just say path nodes equals path position 0, get component path node. It's not going to hurt to have the next path node at start, because at least that will stop it from null referencing. Back again. Hello, welcome back. Okay, I think I finally have this right. We'll see. Ah, man. So I learned something today, right? So what I was hoping to do is detect the on-trigger event as my creature hit the node in the path. But I think it only works one way and not the other. So I think because he moves into the cube, he'll cause the trigger on the cube, but it doesn't cause the trigger on his end. So I've had to put the trigger on all the cubes. Just see if that works. That should work, I would think. But I thought it would work both ways, but apparently it doesn't. Unless it's something else that's wrong. Alright, so he should move to where the first node is. Then he should wait for me. I don't know what is going on. Why can't I get this to work? He goes to the first node beautifully. But this never ever gets... This is why it's not working, I think, because he reaches the first node, and for whatever reason, I can't get the node to update to the next node. He was like, no. I know he does it all the time. How is this not working? I've tried 3 methods so far. The first method was check to see whether his coordinates are the same as his destination. That didn't work, and I thought, well, okay, maybe he just never exactly reaches his destination. Maybe he overshots it or something. So then I tried to read a trigger on his end, but it wasn't. That trigger never happened. At least I think it never happened. Yeah, no, it didn't, because I did a debug.log and it didn't even show up. But nah, yeah, this is the thing. I don't understand why I put path nodes on all these cubes, right? Box collider. Oh, you know what I didn't do? No, I think that's the right size for the mesh. Unless he's not actually... Well, he should be going through the cube because he's... Yeah, he definitely goes through the cube. I don't understand why this won't work. Like I said, I could think of reasons why it wouldn't work in both my other attempts, but this time it's like... Surely he should be causing the on-trigger event on that box collider. But for some reason he's not. Let me just watch him. Does he does go into the cube, right? Yeah, he definitely goes through that cube, and then for and then he just flops down. But I even put a debug.log on the cubes, which is path node. I even did a debug.log, node reached. Maybe he's okay, maybe his name isn't creature. Should be. Let's see if it's my if statement. What if we just do a debug.log? Does he flop down or is he moving down? I think he's moving down, so I use the same code that I use for my arrows that aim at the aiming cube. And I got that code directly off Unity's website, actually, off a tutorial. And what happens is, yeah, they rotate and move towards the target exactly as advertised, but for some reason once they hit their destination, they just take a nosedive. Now I liked it for the arrows because it kind of seemed like, you know, the arrows were like falling with gravity or something. But for this little creature thing, it's jarring to say the least. All right. I don't know why I cannot detect when he reaches. This seemed like it was going to be easy. It just doesn't ever trigger. Right, am I doing something wrong? Can a trigger... Maybe a trigger can't trigger another trigger? Do you know what I mean? Maybe he needs a rigid body on him. But surely if I stick a rigid body on him... You know what? I feel like that might be it. I bet it's something stupid like that. Let me stick a rigid body on him. See, he's got no mass, no angular drag, no gravity. I bet that's it. I bet it needed a rigid body or something. There we go. Collider triggered. Node reached. Is he hiding in the cube right now? I hope so. Okay, it still didn't work the way it was supposed to. But at least we're making progress because we detected the collision on both ends. So the if statement was fine. So we don't need that. We marked node reached as true. But I think because he didn't wait for me inside the cube, he probably still flopped down, which means that we're still not incrementing our node index correctly. Which is strange. In other news, I got my tile system working today. Ooh, let's see. Oh, wow, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. And the way they sort of fluff out as well to like give a nice corner and stuff. That's so cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's great. I'm very impressed. Very impressed. I can't even I can't even get this guy to go from one transform to another. Okay, let me just run it again. I think the issue is that our current node in integer is still not incrementing. But I just don't know why. But hey, I feel like we got a step further because at least we triggered the collision this time. Right, so that current node there that's 0, that should go to 1 on this trigger. Node reached. Yeah, it doesn't, that's why it's not working. But why isn't that happening? So node reached. Okay, and then on the creature, during our update, we say... Yeah, okay, no, I know why it's not working. Yeah, I forgot that this was my condition. So we basically say if we're still not at our destination, then we need to move. We can do that, but I can't put this as an else statement. I'm going to need to put this as an independent if statement, I think. Yeah, that's why. All right. Come on, little guy. Come on, don't let me down, guy. You know what? I still don't think it's going to work, though, and I think I know why. Because like I said, I don't think he ever mathematically reaches his destination. And because I need him to stop and wait for me when he reaches a node. Oh, yeah, okay, I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it. As soon as node, okay, this is how I fix it. As soon as node reached equals true, I mean, at the end of the day, he reached his node. That's all I care about. So what I'll do to stop the other condition from constantly running like it is and sending them through the ground, I can just say destination equals this dot game object dot transform position. And then that way we trick it into thinking, hey, you really did reach your destination, even though it never really will. But it guides it sort of roughly where it needs to go until it does the collision, which is good enough, I think. All right, so you should reach the first node and wait for me. Yes. And then when there you go, tickle him again, he'll go on to the next node. Wait for me. We can make him turn around and look at us, I think. That's what he should do there. He should be like, you know, like, are you coming? Are you coming? Okay, great. It's finally working. Okay, then he's waiting for me. So I have to use my glider to make sure I set him off again. There we go. Yeah, excellent. It's finally working as intended. Oh, I didn't expect him to fly up in the air like that, though. He's slowly coming down. Oh no. Oh no, that's way higher than I expected it to be. He's in a really weird angle as well. I can't reach you up there. I can't reach you. He's too high. Oh, we did it. We did it. Okay, I do need to make that node low though. He's trying to get you to jump off a cliff. Exactly. Are you trying to kill me? Yeah, okay, some of these nodes need to be a little bit lower, but it's working. Okay, now he's off. Now he's gone off that way. And then we just need to sort of polish this little last bit off where he gets into his plant pot. Yeah, I don't think we can send him to his plant pot. Oh, we can, but then we get null references. Yeah, because there is no next, and he actually just at the moment he just goes down. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. So let's look at some of these nodes. I think that one was all right. That one might be a bit high up. Alright, and then I want him moved down a little bit as well. He's a little bit too high. Alright. Let's give it another run. Oh, before that, let's do my shooting challenge just for a little break. It's starting to feel like a video game in places. I'm such a bad shot sometimes. Oh, there's still one left. Oh, there it is. Oh, I only had 3 seconds left. Oh, that's weird. Why did it start to play the failed? The lose sound effect? That's strange. Not sure why it did that. Alright. Come on, sir. Quacked at you. Yeah, we can add some animation and stuff to him as well. And I think he should turn around and face you wherever you are, as if to say, you know, come on. Okay, this one, he's still hovering here. I didn't notice this one. Which node is this? Oh, wow. So he stops. Oh, he has, I suppose he has got a sphere around him, so I guess it's just triggering much higher than I expected it to. Okay, so it's cube 4. Push that down quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, also for his chord, so he rotates on the, I always get the axes mixed up, but what I would consider the y-axis. Like he sort of tilts down as he goes down. I feel like that looks a bit weird. So I might keep him upright and just have him turn like left and right. And I can't see any reason why he would ever tilt left or right, because all these cubes should be straight in that dimension. So yeah, it really only needs to turn left and right, I would say, to face his nodes. Yeah, I think that looks a bit weird, the way he's the way he's sort of turned like that. Yeah, he's still He still stops quite high up there, but it's very easy to get him glowing again, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, that's his plant pot. Yeah, so maybe the node before the plant pot could do with being a little bit lower as well. So that should be the last cube. Yeah, it's because the cubes are quite big and then he's got a big sphere around him. So there's actually like a country mile between like the center of the cube that I'm placing in the game world and where he's actually causing the collision and stopping. But this works well enough for now. So yeah, I think it is Y, isn't it? If I look at him, I change his Y rotation. See, this is what confuses me. That actually makes him move left and right. Isn't Y always up and down in every other program in the universe? So it must be his X rotation. Yeah, it's his X rotation. Weird. So if I amend my code and say on the rotation look towards, I say transform.forward, transform at target direction. But that makes it sound like, okay, what I'll do in case it breaks. Let's just comment that line out so we still got it. Because if it is on his x-axis, then I should just be able to set that to 0f. Although I don't know if this is local or world coordinates. Wait, this is rotate towards. Rotate a vector's current towards the target. But we are creating a vector 3. So what if we do vector 3 new direction equals quaternion 0f on the x and then new direction on the y and then new direction on z. Non-invocable member quaternion cannot be used like a method. Euler? So how do we construct a rotational value then? Quaternions are used to represent rotations. I hate rotations. I hate rotations. All I want to do is lock one of the... Mind you, don't we have a box that lets us do that? Isn't there like a... Oh my god, I'm such a dum-dum. You know what? I think I might be able to do that. Let me just try something. I just put a rigid body on the guy. And I think there's a freeze... Constraints... Freeze rotation on the X. Is it this simple? I hope it's this simple. Will I get what I want? Trying to code rotations. Oh my god. I feel like you'd have to be a robot to be able to do that. And even ChatGPT can't do it, so yeah, you can't, even robots can't do it. Right, we'll know soon enough when he jumps off the cliff. I love how shamelessly this is just ripping off Genshin Impact in every single way. It's like the poor man's Genshin Impact. Yeah, no, that didn't work. He's still rotating along the x-axis. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I can live with it for now. I thought it would be easy just to set his X rotation to 0, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as I thought it was going to be. Right, excellent. Okay, so we're getting there. So this null reference, we need to... Line 54. Yeah, but it shouldn't... If path node dot node reached... Okay, so it must be null referencing path node. Okay, so we go to next node. So the first thing we need to do is say if current node. If current node is less than path dot count. Wait a minute. All right, let me think about this. Do I want to use a trigger on the plant pot? Probably not. Ugh. Ugh. I don't know, maybe. So I want a little bit more. I'm gonna need a little bit more control over the plant pot, where like he gets to the plant pot and then there's a little animation where he settles into it. So I could either detect a trigger on the plant pot, which will let the plant pot know when to start the animation. Yeah, that might be the best way of doing it, actually. I mean, the only issue is that, like I said, he's got such a big sphere around him that's kind of triggering those collisions a lot earlier than it should be, really. So to stop that null reference, I can just stick a node path node on the plant pot. That should stop that null reference. And then I think what I can do is on my floaty creature in this if statement here, I can do an else debug.log handle plant pot animation current position transform this dot transform dot position. And if I report back on those values, maybe that'll help me with the animation. So I know how much of an offset it's starting from. But if I'm doing that, then I need to decide, am I locking the x-axis rotation or not? Because if I am, I probably should do that before I start getting into the animation of the plant pot thing. Otherwise, I'll only have to do it again after I lock the rotation. So all right, we did something similar on, I think it was the aiming camera when we rotated the player. I can't even get my head around this. Get player transform look at yield angles equals current angles. We get the current rotation angles from the player. Set the X angle to 0 to prevent tilting up and down. So after our look at, we can get this object's, so set a vector 3. Let's just copy that anyway. Yeah, let's just copy both of these. These are the 3 lines that seem to do it after the look at. So if I look at my floaty creature, that's our look at rotation there. So that would be this dot transform dot Euler angles, and that would also be this. Okay, let's see if that works. But well, maybe that code's now redundant. I don't really understand though. Because the problem is we never ever. Oh, I suppose we do. Yeah, I suppose we do. Because we probably already rotated the. Yeah, we probably already did the rotation for the other. For the other angles, so then we're just correcting the ones that we want to correct. I guess that's how it works. Right, okay. Yeah, I want to, let's get his rotations to work as well so that he, when he's reached the node path, he should rotate and look at me. sure that'll be easy. I mean, the rotation towards the path nodes is working pretty good. So I feel like I should have... Yeah, I think that's working. He's seems to be up right now. Yeah, there he is. That worked. Yay! That looks so much better. That looks so much better. See, this is the thing. So eventually, when I manage to get the right code to do things, everything becomes so much easier because then I can just steal it from other scripts. It's like, okay, I already have a function that does this. Let's just use that. So I think this does get easier. I think when you first start a project, it's always the hardest because you've got literally nothing. And this one was particularly hard because it was like I had nothing except stuff that I didn't code, like Unity's third-person controller and their new input system and all this stuff I just had no experience with, Cinemachine cameras. So I had to learn all that and reverse engineer some of it just to get some stuff to work. Okay, he goes to the plant pot now, and then he'll just sink. You know, that actually doesn't look too bad, but no, I want him to sit in the plant pot. I didn't trigger the event though. Where's that activated coming from? Third person control. Oh, that was my... God, that's from ages ago. That was to let me know that gliding was working. Yeah, I didn't get the trigger for the animation though. I wonder if it's because that should say yeah, I think it should say, where is it? Ah, my God, I've got it on my mind. I think that should say path count +1. The reason why is we're handling an additional trigger, I think. Because by the time we get to node position, like by the time we get to the first node, that node is called, its index is 0. But the first trigger handles the next node in the sequence, right? So that's why I think it's +1. So like by the time we trigger the plant pot, it's like our node index should be 1 more than what even exists because we're not really doing a node. Anyway, let's see if that's right. I think I just want to see that in my debug so I know that we're good. Is it relatively easy to make things glow in the default shader? Because my last project used the HDRP, and that it was a pain in the ass trying to get stuff to glow. In fact, I never figured it out. I never figured out how to get anything to glow with the HD render pipeline. So this time I just left it at its default. Also, I don't know whether universal render pipeline, is that the same as the default pipeline, or is that another pipeline? Because I want to make things glow in this game. So I don't know, like, should I stick with the default render pipeline? Should I change to HDRP? Should I use the universal render pipeline? Are those even the same as each other? I don't know if you know much about any of that stuff. But I know I had a nightmare trying to make anything glow in the HD render pipeline last time. Semi-regretted using it. He didn't want to move there. Oh, god damn it. We still didn't trigger it. We didn't get a null reference again, though. I should have looked to see what current node was. Yeah, I don't know whether post-processing supports the standard pipeline or not. I guess there's only one way to find out. Don't I already have post-processing installed on this project? Oh, it always does this. It's such a pain in the ass. You make me sign out, sign back in again. Just to go into the package manager. Yeah, I already installed post-processing. Because Gaia insisted on it, but then it doesn't seem to recognize it. Within its systems. Because I think that there was something for post-processing in here somewhere, but it never picked up on it. Or maybe I deleted it. Because yeah, I think there was something set up for post-processing, but it was generating errors. It never worked. I think I might just end up deleting it. Let's just create a new empty game object for now. Right click on the project window and go to create post-processing profile. Yeah, this is what it's looking for. And call it glow. It'd be bloom, won't it? It didn't actually tell me to add bloom. Select any object in the hierarchy window, then go to Inspector and click Layers, Add Layer, and add a new layer and call it Glow. Where the hell are layers again? No. Okay. Create a new material called a glow material. How about I just make the existing material glow? How about that? Where did this guy's materials go? Creature. Real body. Peeb body. There we go. Check the emission and set the color to yellow. Emission. Blue, I guess. Oh, there we go. Actually, the yellow does look pretty good. Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't. It's not really glowing. Well, maybe we're not done yet though. Yeah, because it's not really glowing, and the more intensity you give it, the more it just. The more it just turns white. Now let's get things glowing. Add your object to the scene. Set the layer to glow. Set the material to glow material. Well, I already added the glow to the material. Click on add a component and add a post-processing volume to your object. Now, apparently now I've got two. I don't know where the other one went. I got two icons for it. Okay. Check is global. I'll set a blend distance and set the profile to glow that you created earlier. See, we didn't do anything to that profile though, that's the problem. Okay, I've got bloom here because I added bloom. It's probably going to tell us to add bloom in here then, isn't it? Yeah, bloom and then intensity. Does it actually work? Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Unless this is going to suddenly work when I press play. Like, this doesn't make anything glow. Now, I feel like this might be... Yeah, that's not happening on mine. It might be because of my pipeline doesn't support it. What value did they go with on intensity? 5.7. So 8 should be a decent amount of glow, right? Yeah, I just... Unless it's just not showing in the editor, I just don't think that works. The fuck? I can't even see him now. This is the right tree, right? It's supposed to be here. Wait, maybe that's not the right tree. Yeah, no, I think that made him disappear. How to get things to glow so bright that they blind you and then you can no longer see them. Crap. God damn it! These tutorials will be the death of me. Turn that off a sec. Maybe it's because we changed layers on him. Oh yeah, it might be actually, because I think... Oh, wait a minute then. Yeah, my camera's set up in a certain way. So I would need to add that layer to my camera. Cling mask. Glow. That would be why. Yeah, he's still not really glowing. He's bright, which makes it actually harder to see during the daytime. The thing is, okay, what I should do, I should also give him... I don't know if I could... Well, this is where it gets weird, right? Part of me wants to give him the toon shader. So that he matches the cartoony style. And then I can give him a black outline, which makes him easier to spot in the daytime. The problem is if I do a day-night cycle, which I probably will at some point, it makes him harder to spot at night, and I probably also wouldn't be able to do a glow with that shader. So this is where things get a little bit awkward. It's like, if I want glow, I probably have to use the standard shader. I mean, at the moment, even that's not working. But if I want, like, cartoony outlines, then I need to use the toon shader, but I won't be able to have glow. Oh, this happens in Genshin Impact all the time. Except I can't climb... I can't climb back up the cliff very easily. Game of the year right here. Game of the year. It's just not finished yet, that's all. Did I miss anything from the tutorial? You will see an add effect, add bloom to it, select the main camera and click add component. Wait, what? Oh, wait a minute then. Okay, maybe we didn't do that. Where did... I accidentally added a post-processing. I accidentally already added one when I was like tinkering, and I don't know where I put it. Or maybe it was on the body. Maybe it was on the real body. Nope. Maybe it was on one of these. I feel like I have two now, and I don't want that to get in the way of whatever. I swear I accidentally put two on. Anyway, it said main camera and add a post-processing layer. Select glow as the layer. Oh, okay, I think that did change something. Ooh. Should I make it blue? Let's see what see what it looks like. Yeah, we added fog, but like what now everything's blooming like freaking crazy. I might want to turn the lighting down. See, I feel like now maybe now would be the time to get. Oh, that does look better though. Fog. It also kind of looks a bit blurry though. Turn it down. And that bloom's a bit intense, I would say. Like from the sun and stuff. Yeah, he's really hard to see in the day though. So I would imagine if I change that to Toon Shader, it's no longer going to glow. Or maybe it will. Let's find out. Yeah, I thought as much. If I add Toon Shader, he loses his glow. He looks a bit shit. Yeah, I feel like he's a little bit too hard to see. Make him pink. Yeah, he stands up better in pink, really. Oh, I didn't want to make everything pink in this fucking game. The game's... It's a bit girly. I mean, I like girly games, so what do I care? But I don't know, like, well, we haven't got combat and stuff yet. It won't feel so bad. But it's about like functionality, right? Like, we need to be able to see this guy. And out of all the colours here that I'm trying, see, blue's nice and it works, and that's a nice Genshin ripoff, except when he's against the sky. Now, when he's against the sky, it really does start to get a bit lost in there. But with the pink, no, I didn't want everything to be pink. Yeah, I got to admit, I hate to admit it, but I think the pink's the right way to go. So he just stands out more. Yeah, I think that's probably the right way to go. I also want to try and, I mean, yeah, he disappears in the vast fog and bloom there. So we also need to reduce the... Okay, there was a box for that though. In my camera. We could disable deferred fog. Yeah, it's not the fog, it's definitely the bloom. Fog actually looked good. Exclude skybox or include skybox. Yeah, if we include the skybox, we lose the clouds, so exclude skybox. Directly to camera target. Toolkit. Yeah, we don't really get a whole lot of options. So I think the way I would need to reduce the amount of bloom from the fake sun, something that Gaia set up, I think. Gaia lighting, directional light. Maybe it would be to drop this down a little bit. I mean, that's not even where most of the lighting's coming from anyway. What was that set to? About 2? Yeah, I mean, it gives it a nice sunny sort of vibe to it, but it's a bit too much. He's freaking impossible to see against that sky. Yeah, it's like, it's really not coming from the light though. Like, the light's fine. I probably shouldn't change that too much from what it was. Just put it back to 2. Because even if I turned that light off, I mean, it does make it a little bit easier to see him. But he's still getting bleached out by the sky bloom. I don't think that's fog, I think that's sky bloom. Because, yeah, we turned the fog off and it was still doing it. So it's like the bloom, the clouds or whatever, are causing a lot of bloom. That's what I want to tone down. How do I do that? Okay, it's probably... So we tried the directional light. That didn't do much. Also, we get a warning. It's currently overridden to real-time mode. Enable baked illumination. Gaia lighting. It's not even that. Ah, so there's morning. Ooh. She's very saturated now, though. Look at how saturated she looks. The colours are way too intense. It was on day, there's evening. That looks nice. Yeah, so surely if they have these lighting modes, there must be a day-night cycle we can set up. There's night. See, this is what I wanted to see. Yeah, you look great in the night. I'm giving him a bit more glow even. Default. Default looks very flat, but it is easier to see everything. So what if we turn, okay, what about if we turn default on and then turn that light up? How's that look? I actually think that looks better, to be honest. And now you can see him better. And the fog's still applied. She's got some strange shadowy stuff going on where her fringes. I think that's due to that material I used. I need to change that material maybe. Yeah, I can actually see him now as well. Yeah, I gotta experiment with some of this stuff, I think. And it might all change anyway if I get a Gaia or third party or none. Procedural worlds sky. Yeah, I don't want an ultra realistic sky, to be honest. I love what Genshin have done with their cloud system. I want to try and implement something like that if we ever get that far. Or you could just have none. And as crazy as it sounds, none is actually pretty good, but we lose the fog, I think. I mean, I kind of like none because of just how fucking clear everything is. That's weird. You turn anti-aliasing off to none and everything gets blurry. See, that's enable fog tick there. Yeah, I don't see it. I think it probably relies on using a lighting profile other than none. Because it seems like when I turned that to none, I also lost my fog. This has a very Firewatch feel to it, I feel like. Default. I don't know why. I'm getting Firewatch vibes. I love that game. I think I like default the best, you know. But does he lose his glow on default? Or do I just need to up it? Yeah, I don't think he loses it, but seems to have less of an effect. Yeah, it's slightly annoying. So I think I don't cause an on trigger event if I'm already stood within his. Is he moving? Oh, he is, thank God. I don't know. But yeah, if Gaia has all of these lighting profiles, surely. Oh, skybox exposure. Maybe I just need to turn that down. For some reason that's locked. Maybe because I would need to create my own. No matter what I pick, it seems to be locked. Let me Google this. I feel like this probably already comes with something. Is that how you spell it, Gaia? Day, night, cycle. Is day cycle only for Unity 2021? I think I found one place in Gaia Manager and it says that. That's correct. You have to use 2021.2 or above. Yep, 2021.3. Nobody actually answered the guy's question though. Being, how do you actually set up a day-night cycle in it? Time of day. Download this file. Oh, fuck off. These fine file downloads are for professional studio only. Ugh. Fuck you. Well, I might already have it. I've got the professional version. I'm not a subscriber, but you know. I've already got it, bitch. Go fuck yourself. Alright. How do we set it up? That's what I want to know. I need to, I'll tell you what, if I'm doing these kinds of changes, let me just do a backup of my project. This feels like the kind of thing that could screw everything up pretty easily. So we'll delete the copy. Oh yeah, I downloaded that ZBrush. 5 hours? I hope not. Yeah, it's like this Gaia thing is pretty cool, but it's like it's aimed more towards creating these like super impressively realistic looking graphical scenes, which I don't even, I don't even really like that style. I mean, it depends what you're making, I guess, but certainly that's not the style I want for this. So I ditched all the trees out of it, and then I downloaded these like cartoony trees, which are the trees that I have in there now. And they have like flowers and grass and all this really impressive stuff, but again, it's just ultra realistic and it just doesn't fit the style of the game. So I'm gonna try and slowly get like cartoony type grass and all kinds of stuff. There's so much still to do. But I feel like the day and night cycle, I might be able to get away with whatever Gaia already has built in. Maybe just tweak it and fine tune it a little bit to my liking. Saves me having to code my own or find one from elsewhere or whatever. If there's one built in, like I said, with a bit of tweaking, maybe it could work quite nicely. Why does it want to take an eternity this time to back it up? It doesn't normally take that long. Maybe because it's 0 bytes per second. But why? Why are you being naughty, Windows? Do you need a restart? Already a good time, you know? Like, seriously, why is it like 0 bytes per second? To be fair, I've noticed that Windows sucks. I think pretty much all file systems suck at copying tons of really small files, which is what these meta files are. It's like 90% of the process is creating the file and only 10% of it is the actual data in it. And then by the time you get to actually larger files with actual data in them, you start to see better speeds. But even so, I don't normally see like 0 bytes per second. And it doesn't normally think it's going to take 5 hours. I don't think it will take 5 hours. I freaking hope not. I mean, it's only 15 gig. Why would it take 5 hours to copy 15 gig? It should take 30 seconds. I'm also wondering if I should rebuild the library since I stripped out all the duplicate materials and textures and animations and FBX models. But that did literally take 5 hours the last time I did it. Well, no, it didn't really. It took about 20 minutes. Which is a long time when you just want to get on with it. Seriously, Windows, what are you doing? Oh, well, that's good news. It's only going to take 2 hours and 55 minutes now. What is it doing? Not a whole lot from the looks of things. Oh, what? Oh, did I forget to? Oh, I bet this is why. Shit the bed. Okay, cancel that. I forgot to rename this folder. Jesus, is that why it took so long? And that's probably why it looked weird. Yeah, I forgot to rename that folder. Wow, I mean that was one hell of a delay. Yeah, so this is what it normally looks like. I thought it looked strange. I was like, why is it being weird? Yeah, so now it's just saying, okay, 6 minutes, off I go. I'm already 5% there. That's nuts then. So most of that time was probably trying to figure out which files would need replacing and which files already exist and all this other shit. So I just lost about 5 minutes to nothing. All because I forgot to rename the folder. Ah! Alright, at least we're back on track. Yeah, I've learned the hard way as well. If you ever need to move files as well, God, do not cut and paste, especially if you've got a lot of data, because it takes so much longer. Like, you're so much better off just copying and pasting and then deleting the originals. Because I did a test once, like I cut and paste like 15 gigabytes of data, and it took like 20 times longer than it would have took me just to copy and paste and then delete the originals. Well, it could be worse. Could it? Yeah. We could still be using floppy disks, maybe. Alright, I'm anxious to try this day-night cycle. I think I've used it before in the past, but it was a long time ago. But then it also sounds like, from what people are saying on the internet, that this is a pretty new feature. I have done day-night cycles before, but maybe it wasn't a Gaia thing. Maybe it was something else. So maybe I'm getting confused. But no, it sounds familiar, time of day. Like, I think I remember this. Because you can update the component. Like, you basically just tell it what time, 1 second equals, every 1 second you can update a minute on the clock or whatever, and it'll change the sun's position and all the rest of it. So I do feel like I've used this system before, years ago. But it's so long ago, I don't... Yeah, I mean, I think it worked pretty well. The question is, I don't know, is it going to suit my game specifically? I think if I tweak some settings here and there, probably will. It's like watching bloody paint dry. Let's check YouTube out. What have we got on YouTube? Power the Powerful, Nikkei. Power is better. Oh, he's got his VTuber set up. Oh, he's been talking about this for ages. Should we check out Tomesa's new VTuber avatar?
Hey randomizers, welcome to another Nikkei video. So
he hasn't got it rigged yet then. So he's just stuck a PNG of it in the corner. Yeah, I saw a tweet from him or something saying, oh, the avatar's finally set and now we just need to get it all rigged up. So I think that's what he's going with.
Power has just been released, and she is the first SSR for the Chainsaw Man collab with Nicky. We don't know if it's going to be a concurrent banner, a dual banner running alongside Makima and Power, but we know Himeno is a free unit, but of course we have Power here. Let me just mute this in case it's super loud. Alright. Oh my. Yo. Ah, okay. I mean, I didn't expect too much from the back side of Power, but
see, this is why it's your fault, Timus. You're the reason why our community. I'm sure he's not the only reason why. But you're the reason why Nikkei players get a bad rap. You know, it's like, really, is that the only thing you care about?
Expecting in the Nikkei game. Oh, there is the jiggle though. There's the jiggle. So all right. Ooh.
This is how he justifies spending thousands.
Okay, so right
on
off
the gacha.
bat, I'm gonna tell you again. All right, I'm gonna tell you again. Power.
And is it just me, or is there something? So the reason he's a doctor advertised, because apparently he's a doctor in real life. He talks about it quite a lot. Now I don't know if it's just me, but there's something kind of creepy and off-putting about the fact that I know that this guy's a doctor and he's so ridiculously pervy about these like female characters in these gacha games, and I'm like, and you're a doctor, like, I don't know, there's something like kind of sets a couple of little alarm bells off, like, I don't know, I just prefer to think of, you know, professionals who are doctors who are dealing with people's bodies and stuff, to maybe not be like, oh, look at the jiggle, guys, oh, boobs, oh, butts, like, okay, maybe you shouldn't be a doctor. Just putting that out there. Maybe that's why he's a doctor. Can you fix the double audio? It's been giving me a headache. Yeah, I probably got my speakers a bit too loud. Yeah. I'm not really bothered. I'm pretty much done with Nikkei now. I mean, I kind of just log on. I do want to see a bit more of the story, but I might even just YouTube that. It's just way too grindy for me. Do you think this man has any anime girl clients? I don't know. I bet he wishes he does. But no, like, I don't know. It just feels like a bit of a disconnect to me. Like, that's the thing. Like, most guys, I imagine, who go that lewd over, you know, drawings of female characters, I feel like, oh wow, you know what I mean? Like, probably never met a woman in real life. But then this guy's like married and a doctor, and he's like that, and I'm just like, I don't know, it just seems weird. I think my backup's finished. Pretty much. Go on, it's 30 megabytes Windows. You can handle it. 30 megabytes. It's nothing. Come on, Windows. Come on. You know what? I think that's good enough. Okay, so we do get the glow effects and the post-processing with the standard pipeline, whatever that is. I don't even think that is universal render, so that must mean they've got 3 built-in pipelines now. It just makes things so confusing. They all have very different things they support as well, which is kind of weird. I hate the fact that this just, like, hijacks my entire project. Like, oh, hey, this is all about the starter assets, man. I'm just gonna advertise myself all over your project. Right, okay, HDRP time of day. So that sounds like we have to have HDRP enabled. Oh shit, no, HDRP's high definition render pipeline. Okay, yeah, I don't think I want to use it then. It just means I have to change too much stuff just for the day and night cycle. Yeah, I'd have to change the entire render pipeline to HDRP, and then all my materials will break. I have to set them all up again. I'll lose the glow. I couldn't get glow to work in that. And I like the cell shaded stuff. I like the glow stuff. Yeah, like I said, I think it looks pretty good. So in that case, I think what I'll do... So what I liked the fog. Right, which one's this one? Type light. This is the standard day, but we were getting a lot of bloom before, whereas it doesn't seem like we are now. Mind you, I did turn the lighting down a bit, didn't I? Everything looks a bit saturated though, especially her. There's a little Sealy guy. Yeah, that bloom's pretty much gone now though. Huh. Okay, the glow looks good. Yeah, I mean, I could turn her saturation down slightly, I guess, because she just looks way too saturated. I guess everything else looks okay. Yeah. You better be moving. Better be moving. No. Oh, he is. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Get down here. Bitch. Ugh. Yeah, okay, so all that bleaching out bloom has gone now. We still have the fog effect, which is nice. And everything's kind of clear. My only complaint, like I say, is she looks a little bit too saturated. Colors are way too intense, but I could probably manually change those materials. Yeah, okay, I think that's mostly good. She looks like a little like the Wendy's girl. Ah, not you as well. I know. That's what we called her originally, Evil Wendy, because we've me and Trish both noticed that when I was making her. Like, oh shit, I've accidentally made a Wendy's girl. Okay, there's another 2 trees together. Need to go and fix that. Is it the orange hair? Because Wendy has red hair though, doesn't she? Okay, let me find where she is, because there's 2 trees stood next to each other there. Hair is pretty red on my screen. Yeah, I do think she's a little too bleached out. A little bit too saturated, rather. Because she's using a different shader, you see, to everything else. Because I'm using like a cell shaded shader. So I wanted to try and get that like anime cartoony look. And that worked pretty good. Separate these trees. There we go. Yeah, it worked pretty good, but now that I've changed the lighting slightly, I feel like looks a bit saturated now. So I could have a go at creating my own profile, I guess. Ooh, okay, and we can change all of this as well. Interesting. Color grading. Tone mapping. Okay, let's see what happens if I change some of these around. I wonder if they only affect the standard shader or if they affect everything. That's what I want to find out. So, let me see. Intensity is 1.25. Remember that. Let me copy that in my clipboard so I don't ruin anything. I'm just trying to figure out whether it changes everything. Is that for fog or ambient occlusion? Okay, let's change something that we can actually... If I just turn some of these on and off. Do I want ambient occlusion? I don't even notice the difference with that on or off. Auto exposure. Oh. Okay, I think... I don't know. I think auto exposure looks better off, actually. I don't know. You do see more detail with auto exposure on, but I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. And then bloom on or off, that'll help me with my glowing creature down there. Yeah, so we have intensity settings, so where it was bleaching. See, I feel like it's maybe not enough now, though. It was too much before, but now it's slightly not enough. So yeah, if I give it like an 8. So we got a bit of a glow when the sun's reflecting off stuff. Waiting for male sucks. What are you waiting for? Anything fun? The hair is pretty red. Oh yeah, I read that one. Yeah, I kind of went more orange because I was originally going to do red. And then we noticed how much she reminds everybody of Wendy's. So then I thought, okay, I'll make it orange instead, and then that'll make her less like Wendy's. I don't think it really helped all that much. Yeah, I think the problem as well with this cell shader, okay, we can change those properties as well. With this cell shader, when she's in light and dark, there's not much difference. Like, it feels like it doesn't respond to light and dark very much, but there are a whole bunch of settings you can change there. Amazing climbing. Alright, I don't want to get too wrapped up in this right now, though. Like, this is all polishing stuff that just makes things look better, but I just wanted to... I did want to see kind of what my options were. Color mode, high definition range. That doesn't seem to make any difference either. I don't see any difference. Okay. Ah, that's probably why. Yeah, okay, so that's kind of weird. So I like color grading on for the landscape because it makes the landscape look more cartoony, which fits the style of game that I'm going for. With color grading off, it makes things look a bit too washed out in the landscape. The only problem is when I turn color grading on, yeah, it makes, because she's already very colorful, it just makes her a little too saturated. And yeah, I can turn those down. I could literally have a black and white game if I wanted. Remember in the past when Wendy was selling burgers for only 50 cents a patty? I remember. These days, it's $5 weed. Oh man, in the mail? Oh yeah, I suppose it's legal there, isn't it? No way, that's so cool. Just getting it delivered. Amazon. Amazon next day delivery. Got a big bag of ganja for you. Ah, what a world. What a world we live in. Contrast. Yeah, I think I do like how it's vignette. We've got a vignette on. Notice that. Yeah, we can play with these later, I guess. Mode neutral. Tone mapping. Aces. Aces up your sleeve, eh? Or custom. I don't know. I don't even know what these are. I feel like none's better because it's more cartoony. Yeah, I do need to tone her colors down just a smidge, because by turning the saturation up on the environment, it does make the environment match the cartoony anime style more. But in bumping that saturation up, it just kind of makes her a little too saturated, I think. This wedding cake better hit is all I'm saying. Right, and if I use their lighting system, I take it I can move the sun around. This is the other thing I think is kind of weird about their lighting system. No, like I don't really see a physical light I can move like the sun. Like they've got a direction light, but if I turn that off, yeah, because this is the problem with the skybox as well. Yeah, I would need to change the sky. I can't use that skybox for a day-night cycle. Yeah, if I turn the direction light off, that only accounts for... It would need to be darker than this at night. Doesn't account for enough of the lighting, I don't think. Plus, I can't use the direction light anyway, can I, for a day-night cycle? I need like a physical light that I can move. I know these things kind of marry together as well, right? It's like if I'm going to do a day-night cycle, which I'm pretty sure I do want to do that, and I'm also now kind of upset with the way the colors are showing. it would be pointless in me fixing the colours before I do the day-night cycle, because the day-night cycle would probably change everything yet again anyway, so it would make more sense to do the day-night cycle and then tweak the colours. I don't think I should bother with either of them just yet. I think that's not really that important just yet. Plus my mailman is a dumbass. But yeah, it's looking pretty good, especially with the fog effects. I think I need to change that wing glider to use the cell shaded shader as well, because it looks a bit odd. And the bow, it's when she aims, that's like a normal shader on the bow. I think if I use cell shading on the bow, it'll look like it matches her better. Yeah, these are all little changes that I don't need to concern myself too much with right now. Right, should we get Andrew Tate working? I think we should. Hold on, what? So I want to do enemy AI, and so I made a little character who's going to throw things at you, and I just think he accidentally sort of turned out. So we got Wendy from Wendy's, and now we've got Andrew Tate. I just think he kind of looks a little bit like Andrew Tate. So I want to add him into the game so he can throw things at us. Alright, so that's why I wanted to do the little Sealy thing first, is so that I could have a little system set up to make characters move from node to node, which we now have. That seems to kind of work. Where should we put Andrew Tate? I don't know. Because I have an idea of how he should work. Right, show me where I am in the world. I'm all the way up here. I don't want him up here. I mean, I suppose he could be just down here, I guess. Let's put him one level lower than that. Let's put him on this layer. Alright. Did he import, did he export correctly? Beach Bum 1. There he is. How does he look? Yeah, it looks alright actually. Yeah, again, I'm not going to worry too much, but he wants to use cell shading as well, really, to make him fit in with the rest of the game. For now, whatever, I'll just leave it. So, first things first, he's going to need a rigid body, I think, right? And he should have gravity, because he needs to be able to walk along the ground. So if I press play now, he should just stand up on the ground. All being well. Ah, shit. My cam... I should have just switched back to seeing. What? Did he fall through the... Oh, does he need... Wait, does he need a collider as well? I suppose no, he needs a collider as well, doesn't he? Capsule collider. Okay. Height. way too big. Radius. I just got married and our wedding cake was so good. I have 8 kilograms of it in the freezer. Awesome. You'd have to like it to have 8 kilograms. Wow, that's gonna last. Yeah, I imagine wedding cakes can get quite expensive actually. Did I ever? I'm sure we probably did have a wedding cake. I was married once. A long time ago. Don't really remember anything about the wedding cake because I don't really like cake, so I wouldn't have really paid that much attention anyway. Even if we had one, I probably didn't eat any of it. I mean, it's not that I hate cake or anything. I'm just not really big on it. I don't remember anything about our wedding cake. I'm sure there would have been one, but I have zero memory of it. All right, let's see if he stands on the ground now, shall we? Let's pop this down here so we can see what happens in the scene view. Good. Oh, wow, salted caramel. Now, I would like that. Oh, that sounds awesome, actually. Yeah, I'm just not big on the whole spongy, you know, cakey type things. But salted caramel, that sounds nice. All right, he's too high up in it. So if we move the center, should I just have the center at 0? What? Okay, I think 0.9. Andrew Tate's having a bad day. He's having a very bad day so far. That really doesn't look like he's stood on the ground to me. He's really not. Right, okay. 1? That's too much. 0.95. Ah, where did he go? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Andrew Tate fell through the floor. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Andrew Tate just fell through the floor. I'm so sorry. Look, it's your fault. Your fault. You encouraged me by being here. It's all your fault. What is this green plane I'm looking at? What is that? Why is there a green plane covering everything? It's making it really hard to see. What is that green plane? I really don't know what it is, but it's annoying me. Anyway, it kind of looks like you're stood on the floor now. I just don't know what that green plane is. What is it? Whatever it is, it's staying. I didn't give him an idle animation because I'm an idiot. I didn't think I'd need one for him, but now I just realized I do because I want him to walk backwards and forwards between 2 points, or maybe even more, but at least 2 points, and then just stop and like stop for a couple of seconds before he turns around and goes back. So I will need, when he does his stop, I'm going to need an idle, so let's get that set up. Shit, I bet, yeah, I've lost him out of this, haven't I? Shit. I can always load him. Yeah, now I've got to go hunting. Where's my documents folder? Is it under libraries? I never know where. Oh, it is under libraries. Beach Bum 1, there he is. Beach Bum 1. And he pauses his idle. He just walks. Well, he does this strut as well, you know. Andrew Tate style strut, and then he'll just go. I am a scarecrow. Mah. Is that what crow sounds like? Mah. I think probably does. Yeah, that's a good. I think that was a great crow impression, honestly. Standard Tate move. T is for tough. Oh shit. Well, there he is with his beautiful idol. Right, are his animations loaded? Please tell me. What? What is the point then if it's not gonna... Why didn't it... Wait. Shouldn't it have asked me if I wanted animations? Beach bomb. And then I normally get a box that says, do I want to include the animation? Well, look, it's normally ticked, so I don't know why that wasn't ticked. That's not my fault. It's normally ticked by default, so I don't know why on God's green earth that wouldn't be ticked. Am I designing a new character? Yeah, it's Andrew Tate. Because everybody wants to shoot him in the dick with a bow and arrow. So my game's just, you know, it's just offering that to my players because I'm all about providing a valuable service to people. Right, I don't know why it says Beach Bum 1 die. That's his death. Do you want to see his animations? Alright, that's his death. That's him being hit. This is him throwing something at you. This is his walk. I know you can't see them yet, I'm just renaming them as I'm... Okay. So, his death. Why is that giant dummy thing in the way? Like, get rid of that. Wow. Let's see that again. Alright. He gets hit with an arrow but doesn't die. Ooh! 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 Alright. I've got to do the voices as well. Can't wait to do the voices. Pika, are you going to voice Sadie for us? Are you good at doing female voices? Throw. This is attack. I'm also going to do a masked version of this guy who has like a big mask on. And the masked guy is going to throw things that explode at you. So like petrol bombs or bombs or something like that. But I want to do this basic version first. And then he has this strut as he's patrolling. And now we just need to add an idle animation. Give myself some more frames to play with. Expand that out. Motion puppets. Idle. Let's see. What does the board one look like? Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect for him. He'll just do that. Look at him, son of a bitch. Oh, you see, you want a character that just immediately you see and you're like, oh yeah, I'm shooting you. I'm shooting you. That's what I'm going for here. Alright, let's find the loop. So this cube on the floor, line it up with his hands, which are the main things that are moving here. Cube. Why do cubes hate me so much? What did I ever do to cubes? Maybe I should start using spheres. You know, maybe we should get all spherical. Okay. It would be better if I could get a side view of him so I can see where his hand actually goes. So we will line this cube up with the tippy tips of his fingers. Okay, that's not anywhere near where I thought it was. God, 3 dimensions is so awkward. Can you imagine having a 4th? Where would you even begin? Alright, his tips touch the cube. Okay, play the animation. Where's my play button gone? Why is play there? Shouldn't play be here? Is that just me? Okay. I would say 92 frames. Let's see it loop. I'm really good at that. That is one thing I am good at. I'm good at doing the old animation loops. Don't know about much else, but Alright, so we want to get that motion over to our little tool, which we will call idle. Yeah, stop playing. Stop showing off, Andrew. Oh, you're going to get an arrow on the day. Okay, idle. Let's re-export him. Ask Trisha instead of me. I thought you'd want to do it. Include animation. Oh, that was in build your own creature. We're not doing that anymore. Alright, Beach Bum 1. Go. Overwrite. Okay, I accept your warnings that you are garbage and you can't do anything right. Don't worry, I'm used to it at this point. Alright. Is that set right? Yeah. And animations. Throw is a single. Walk is a loop. Hit is a single. Die is a single. Oh, it's done it again. Oh no, there it is. Idle. Whatever. Is a loop. Go, 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 go. Beautiful. He's ready. He's ready. He's ready for action. Oh, he's so raring to go, this guy. He's so raring to go. Alright, we'll stick an animator on him. And we'll create an animation controller for him, which we will call Beach Bum for now. Drag that. Or his animation controller. Open it up. Animation controller says, I'm hungry. Give me some animations already. So we'll do that. Where is he? Beach Bum, Beach Bum, Beach Bum. Beach Bum, what you gonna do when Sadie shoots you in the dick with an arrow. Hit, idle, throw, walk. I feel like I'm missing one. Where's die? Wait, where's his die gone? Die, hit, throw. Die, hit, throw. Where's his death gone? Oh my god, seriously? Reimport. Unity's being Unity right now. It's not showing it in clips. Ah, this happens sometimes. Oh, you're such a pain in the ass. Right, delete. Delete. Re-export. You know what? Save it while we re-export it. Save it. Close it. Can you export this for me, please? Thank you. Beach Bum. Include animation. Go. Okay. This time it didn't ask to overwrite because we deleted it. Reload it. Come on, you bitch. Alex, welcome, welcome. How are you? How are we doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm making a Genshin clone ripoff. Ooh, I'll give you a demonstration. Just waiting on the mail and back to Fortnite. You actually play Fortnite? I think I'm saying that. I thought you were being ironic. I didn't think you actually be playing it. Unity, I see. Yeah, let me give you a demo, shall I? Still a work in progress. I'll warn you. I'll show you everything that is not yet finished. But before we do that, I can show you something that is finished. Where's my game? Oh, there it is. So this is Sadie, our lovable character. This is my world. Which is where all the fun's going to begin. And check it out. We have Balloon Challenge. Shit, I missed. Ah, I missed that one as well. Since I turned the fog and the bloom on, these balloons are a bit harder to see now. They look more realistic though. Shit, that one's disappearing behind the sun. Come back. I'll tell you what, this game's hard. It's like Dark Souls of anime games. It's just really sensitive, the controls. I might want to turn that down actually. Ah, I missed that one. Damn it. There we go, I got that one. Oh yes, 2 more. Come on, you got this. We got gliding already. Gliding's good. Cliff climbing is a work in progress. You don't want to see cliff climbing right now. What else can I show you? Oh, my little Sealy. Oh, I guess I can show you. I have to show you cliff climbing if I want to show you the Sealy. Okay, this might not work. I'll try and get up this cliff, but I don't know whether it'll work. Ugh. Come on. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Get up the cliff. Get up the cliff. Get up the cliff. Up the cliff. There you go. Go on. Get. Come on. Oh my god, she's walking up the cliff. What are you doing? Get up the cliff. Yeah, like I said, it's a work in progress, you know. It's not quite as fine-tuned as Genshin just yet. Or a game that a 3-year-old would have made, but you know, we're working on it. Oh, there we go. That was a good boost. Come on, come on, come on, you're almost at the top. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on, Sadie. You can do it. Come on, you were nearly there. Yes! Ha ha! Right, where's my little Sealy guy? Is he on this level or is he further up? I've been working on Sealy today. Oh shit, there's 2 more trees stuck together. I need to fix those. I don't think it is this level. I think it might be another level up. Ah, I'll tell you what. Let's just restart because you saw how long it takes to get up one cliff, so... Maybe I need the Tower of Fantasy jetpack. That would actually be really easy to do. I can do that very easy because I'll just mess with the gravity. Right, I know the Sealy's on this level. There he is. I got my very own Sealy. Okay, he's glowing a bit too much. I need to turn his glow down now. Shit. We're still, like I said, it's a work in progress. He's glowing a bit too much there. It's going to be hard to see against the sky. I tried Unity before, but I didn't really like it. I had more fun with Unreal. Yeah, I'm the opposite, actually. I can't quite... My brain can't quite get to grips with Unreal. It just... The interface feels too unintuitive to me. He's very hard to see because he's glowing too much right now. But you get the idea. Yeah, so now I want to try and code my first enemy. Should we shoot him? Come back, Mr. Sealy! There he is. He's gone. He's gone. And you see this little plant pot here. So he's going to live in this little plant pot. And he's gonna go on. He's gonna go and stand in that plant pot when he's not. He's also not finished. But he kind of goes to the plant pot and then he just kind of decides to merge into the ground instead at the moment because he's not finished, but he will be. Yeah, so now we're just working on enemy AI. Well, that's what I'm hoping to do. Right, is his model back? Legacy, model name, model material, animation, yay, die, single take, hit, single throw, single walk is a loop, and idle is a loop. Okay, they finally all showed up to the party. Oh, it's even Evil Wendy is... For God. What? Okay, where'd he go? Wait, wasn't he just stood here? What? What happened? What? Missing? What are you talking about missing? He's right here. Why is he missing? I don't know why it's saying he's missing. Normally, as long as it's got the same file name, it should just load it. Balls! Looks like I've got to start again with him. Alright, I'll stick him here. Alright, and he's a rigid body. And he needs a capsule collider. Stick the game window down there a sec. And he wants to roughly stand on the ground, I guess. That was about 0.9 before. Let's test that out. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, maybe if we move him up a little bit. Overall. So that's a 1. Maybe I should learn Unreal, you know, thinking about it. How much do you charge for Unreal lessons, Alex? Actually, screw that. How much do you charge to make an entire game from scratch? Joking. Joking. Half joking. He's got too much radius on him now. He's not that fat. Alright, let's try that. I don't know why he's falling over. He wasn't falling over in the last test. Maybe he stood in a weird place. No, he's at an angle, I think. No, he's not. He's 0, 0, 0. Why does he look like he's in an angle? He does look like he's tilting, doesn't he? He's tilted, alright. He's freaking tilted, alright. So what? Why is it saying he's at 0, 0, 0 if he's tilted? I don't believe it. It's saying that's 0, 0, 0. Unless the landscape's tilted. And it's making me... It makes him look tilted. Tree Viddy. You've been waiting to say that, haven't you? There you go, he's stood still now. Are his feet on the ground? Roughly. He's hovering at a little bit, but not too much. Does that move it up? I think it does. Let's try that. There's too much on the ground. So it wants to be a little bit more than 1, but not as much as 1.1, like nowhere near as much. Let's try that. 1.01. That's probably close enough. Actually, that does look pretty stood on the ground to me. Alrighty, so we'll give him an animator. He already has an animation controller. And he has animations. Where is he? His default is to die. Oh yeah, with me around it will be. Alright, make that the default idle. Alright, we'll give him a state machine. Because I like using state machines. Okay, and so let's see. We'll go from idle to walk. If state becomes 1, back from 1 to idle, state becomes 0. And then he wants to be able to attack you. Never really know how these should work. I'll just draw it from both. So throw is attack. I'll go from walk and idle, and the state will be 2. What did I click on there? Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, now any of these could land on a die or a hit, I guess. So we've got 3 to line up to die and hit. I guess. What do we do? State 0, state 1, state 2. State 3 will be hit. I don't know how I'm going to code it yet. I don't know whether I'm going to wait for it to go into the hit, like the state of being hit, before figuring out whether he should die or not, or just go straight from, like, at the point of impact, so I already know if he's going to die from that hit or not. I don't know yet. To play it safe, I should probably just do, it's going to be state 4. I should probably just do 1 from all of them. State 4. It's like I'm playing golf. Oh. Hit. Okay. And he would never ever transition out of die because he's dead. So we don't need any transitions coming out of die. Okay, so let's just double check. We haven't got hit to die. Which, like I said, I don't know whether I'll need that, but I'll put it in just in case. Okay, we've got hit to die, walk to die, idle to die, throw to die. Okay. Throw, we've got walk to throw. Throw doesn't go back to walk, so we'll put throw back to walk. Should be state 1. hit doesn't go back to walk, which is 1 again. Nothing comes back from die. Hit goes to die. Hit doesn't go to throw. Yeah, see, I don't feel like it would. He's going to recover from a hit. He gets back up. I don't think I need to worry about that. Because he's only going to attack. He's going to be attacked. He's going to attack based on logic anyway. Yeah, I think that's probably good. Right, so the first thing he's going to need, well, he's going to need a script. Let me think about this. I could, if I make it more general, I could reuse the script on other enemies. For other AI behaviors, that might make more sense. Because it's probably always going to behave the same way. I'm probably always going to want to go to a node, wait for a couple of seconds, go to the next node, and just loop it back around. I don't know though, because it depends how many nodes I have. Although if I code it to ping pong, then even 2 nodes it won't matter because it'll just ping pong between the 2 nodes. Alright, I'll call it enemy patrol. Because it makes sense to build one script that I can use on all enemies. And then I can reuse it. Alright. So I'll use a public list of game objects. Which I'll call path. New list of game objects. Okay, so this guy. Yeah, we should be able to drop those on there. Actually, no, we can't do that. Because if I do that, the cubes will move as he moves. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna need to do something about that though, otherwise I'm gonna have tons of stray cubes in the world. Shit. Yeah, okay, I made a mistake there. I should have put him inside of the game object. So he was the child of the object, and then the node should have also been the child of the object. Okay, well, let's learn from our mistake then. Let's do that with him. So we at least learn from our... So I'll make a beach bum enemy. He should be a child of that. And then that way, if I create some nodes, I'll probably also run that script on that. Did that put that on there? Yeah. Did it also take it off there? Yeah. Okay. And then I can make my objects independent of him. Oh, a glowy cube. It's a very, very glowy cube. Yeah, the only thing is about these cubes... Well, it doesn't matter because he'll have gravity anyway, won't he? sucking him down. So yeah, it doesn't matter whether these nodes are at the right height or not, because the terrain will dictate what height you should be at. Okay. So for this example, we will have him patrol up and down this path. What's happening? So I'll just walk back and forth. I'll be a... Okay, I do want to, because I want to make sure the ping pong thing works. So I'll make 3 nodes. I'll make him come up here, and then he'll kind of walk to the edge of the cliff, and then I can have him ping pong back again. Okay. Right, so for this test, we want 3 nodes. Oh my god, Unity! Unity! Try my patience. Yeah, that's another good point, actually. Okay, so this is where we'll find out whether... I don't know whether... I also need a trigger collider on him as well. Shit. Yeah, so we need to be controlling a child object for this to work. So I'll need to reference the enemy object. See, I tried to do it. No, I really don't think you can, though. I tried to make it so that the object moving into the other object detected the trigger on collision, but it wouldn't work. On the Sealy guy, there's 2 trees stuck together down there. Piece of shit. What is wrong with my spawner? You know, I told my spawner time and time again, don't spawn objects on top of other objects. Does it listen to me? No. No, it doesn't. No. May as well talk to Andrew Tate here. Right. He's doing a great impression of a scarecrow. I just realized something else, though. If I'm going to reuse the script, I'm going to need to make sure I... This is where it gets tricky. I need, like, consistent state machines for the animation systems, otherwise it won't work. Unless I declare which animations do what in the script. Like, register... this could get really complicated. Like, registering a series of attack animations and then giving them labels and all sorts. It's starting to get really deep now. But I might need to go that far. But, you know, I don't need to worry about that at this stage. Because this script is going to need to drive the animation as well. Okay, so I'm going to need a public integer, which is node index. I need a private transform, which is destination. Yeah, okay, so the Sealy worked differently. The Sealy didn't move until interfered with, whereas this guy does want to. So upon start, we want to we want to set well. Let me think about this. This is it's because it doesn't start from a node position. So when I start the script, he has to walk to the first node. He's not already at the first node. So if I put it in a void that says, you know, get and perform from the next node, then when it comes to the second node, I'll need a separate set of events for the wait period. Before he moves on to the next node. Actually, that's a really good idea. What I should do is put a public float. Now we can use an integer. Sex. Sex between nodes. That's what the kids are up to. Number of seconds to wait between moving on to nodes. So for this one, I'll make him move to a node and wait 3 seconds. Also need a float speed. I think my Sealy used a speed of 1, so he wants at least 2, I think. Path. Oh, destination is a transform. It must be a vector 3. There we go. Okay, so we know where you should be going to. Before I said yeah, I was using the if statement as if the destination. See, it's kind of redundant because he never really reaches his destination, but it's fine. It gets it to work, so it doesn't really matter. If this, well, it's not this. We're using enemy object. If enemy object dot transform dot position. Yeah, we'll need to track his position as well because we're not using this anymore. We don't need a variable for that though. Yeah, if enemy object dot transform position is not destination, then basically we move. So I'll grab the code for floaty creature. Yeah, I mean that was, yeah, okay, that was that. So I'll just copy everything in here. That'll get him moving at the speed. Transform position. Yeah, except this wants to be enemy object. That wants to be enemy object. That wants to be any enemy object. That wants to be enemy object. That wants to be enemy object. Okay. And that wants to be enemy object. Holy shit, the bed. That's a lot of enemy objects. I don't know, because that's also, and that's saying minus transformed opposition, so that's probably also going to want to be the oh, Jesus, everything. It's because this script was designed to run on the object it was placed on. But the way I want this one to work is to control the child. That way I can keep all of his nodes as part of his grid. I should have done that with the Sealy, really. I might go and change it at some point, but not right now. Alright, otherwise I'm going to have all these stray cube objects just lying around my game scene, and I won't know who they belong to, where they belong. It's going to be a fucking mess. So I need to pack them in with the objects they relate to, really. Otherwise, yeah. Things are going to get messy pretty quickly. Alright, so let's test that. What he should do... I haven't got a condition right now. Let me just run it anyway. Nothing's driving his animation. And we have no way of detecting when he reaches the node. So what he should do, all being well, is he should glide over without moving his feet to that node over there. And then he'll just sink through the floor. If he does that, I'll be happy. He might just fall over as well. I think this is the first time I've tried to move a physics object like this, like an NPC, so he might just fall over. I have no idea. So let's see. If he falls over, I'm going to jump out the window. Okay, he's not doing anything at all like I expected. What the? First of all, why is he halfway in the floor? He's stuck in the floor. You idiot, Andrew. Andrew, what are you doing? Let's try lifting him up. Maybe he's too high. Too high? Maybe he's been waiting for a delivery. And now he's too high. Why? Why? Why is this my life? So we go and get the first node's transformed up position, so that should be fine. Our enemy object is definitely him. To be fair, I did have to change a whole bunch of shit here. I might have missed something. But, I mean, that still doesn't explain why he's stuck in the fucking ground. Enemy objects. Anything that referred to its own object should now be enemy objects. I mean, yeah, I don't think you could write enemy object anymore if you tried. Okay, let me do a test. Is it his collider and rigid body causing the problem? That would be my first guess, because I'm not very experienced with these. Ah, you know what else it could be? It could be his animator. Yeah, yeah, you know what? It fucking is. I already know it is. I know what's happening. Apply root motion should fix that. The animator tries to override positional values for some animations. There we go. He's trying to jump over the cube. That's so funny. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it's because it's because the cubes have colliders on them. So what we need to do is remove those. Actually, no, we don't. We need to turn them into triggers. And then we need to add a script called path node. And each time we're looking at a node, we need a private path node, which we'll call path node, funny enough. When scene loads, we will set path node to the first path node. Well, because I haven't done equals. Wrong path node. Path node. With a path node. Okay, then. Okay, let me check floaty creature. There's my if statement. I'm just going to steal it. Same thing. Same setup. Okay, we want a local bool called node complete. Which should be false at the start where it was true on our other one. Current node is what we called the... Yeah, this time I called it node index. We'll call it current node. We'll have some consistency for once in our life. Alright. The issue is... That's kind of weird. What was calling the next path thing in the last script then? Next node. Oh yeah, because of course, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. The way it worked with the Sealy is when we collided with it, we set him off on his next path. But we want this guy to be automatic. That's fine then. The only problem is... No, it's not really a problem. Okay, I know what to do. We can send him onto his next node, but we want him to wait between nodes as set by the inspector. So we need an I enumerator, and we'll just call... I'll just call it wait node. That makes sense. And we'll just say wait. Wait, that's not how you do it. Yield, return, new, wait 4 seconds. And we'll use the value of, what do we call it? Sex between nodes. Oh, baby. I feel like Barry White should be playing when I use that variable. Right, and then we can call the function next node, which we haven't written yet, but we're writing now. So we'll do a void next node. Okay, and we want to say current node plus. We want to change the node path node path node with a capital P. Path node with a capital P equals path at position current node dot get components path node. Okay. And what else do we need to do? That's it, innit? Oh, we did all kinds of stuff in the last one. Oh yeah, we've got to set our destination again and set node complete to false. So destination equals path at current node dot transform dot position, and what was it called? Node complete. Node complete equals false. Okay, let's see if that works. Only one way to find out. That was quite a lot, so I don't know if that'll work or not. But I mean, I already set up the node path script in the other project, so it'll work the same way. It should get a message back off the cube that he's collided, and then it should cycle through the nodes. At the moment, though, it's not set to ping pong. It will just... Well, actually, at the moment, it will just... I don't know what it'll do, actually. Let's find out. I have no idea what it's going to do. Where is he? There he is! Okay, he should wait for... What did we tell him to wait for? 3 seconds. Yeah, he should wait for 3 seconds and then move on to his next node. Which I don't think he's going to do. Okay, interesting. So we got as far as the first node, and then he decided... Okay, first check. Do we enter this? Coroutine entered. Let's find out. No. Okay. Okay, so we don't... Oh, yeah, because I never... I forgot to call it. I always do that. I do that so often. It's so ridiculous how often I do that. It's because sometimes I work backwards and then I forget about the first step that I should have done, which is probably everybody else's first step, but I don't know why I do that. And then I forget to go back and do the first. I forgot to call the coroutine. Start coroutine. Await node. That would be why. Okay. Oh, itchy belly of all things. It's this waistband. Did we get a waistband? Skin itch. Okay, it still didn't call it. That's strange. Okay, our cube, oh, I know why. Oh my god. I know why. Because we don't have a trigger collider on it. I forgot to put a trigger collider on him because he's already got a capsule collider. I'm confused. If we set it as a trigger collider, will it still act as a normal capsule collider? Does it even need to? Let's find out. I have no idea. Because I can make it a trigger collider, but then... Yeah, that's what I thought. He needs the capsule collider. Otherwise he falls through the world. Because making it a trigger collider turns off gravity, I think. So surely then that must mean that you can have more than one collider on one object. But why do I get the feeling that Unity is going to say, Oh no, it does let me do it. Okay, so we'll give it the same settings as the other one then. 1.01, 0.3, 2. Why? Access. Okay, now it should work. So he's got 2 capsule colliders on him. Thinks he's bloody special, he does. And it still didn't work. I don't know why that's not working now. See, I don't even know whether do we need a trigger collider on an object that we're not detecting the triggers on? See, I don't know if it's a 2-way system or if it's a 1-way system. I think it's a 1-way system because when I tried to detect a trigger on the Sealy from the box, I couldn't do it. I had to put the trigger on the box, which would suggest that it's a 1-way system. But if it's a 1-way system, then I shouldn't need a trigger on him because I've got a trigger on the box. I needed one on the Sealy because I had to detect the trigger from the player as well. Whereas this guy doesn't need to do that. The only other thing he's going to need to detect is arrows hitting him, which is normal. Collider can do that. So I don't even know whether he needs a trigger collider on him. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. It's because in our code on the cube detection, because we wrote it for the Sealy, yeah, if we look at our script, where is our freaking script? There it is. We look for an object called creature. He's not called creature. He's called Beach Bomb 1. Okay, I'm gonna modify the way this works then so it can be used with multiple scripts. I'll say I'll call it, yeah, well, I want to make it clear what it is. Object name detect. And then I'll do that. And then on my Sealy, I will tell it that we're looking for creature here. On here, I'm going to have to do it in 2 places. I'm going to have to do it here on start. I thought that was highlighted. Beach Bum 1. And I also need to do it on next node. Okay, so we tell that script what name we're looking for. Yeah, and then if we detect that specific, because the reason I want to do that, I could just leave it vague and say if something hits you, then say the node was reached. The reason I don't want to do that is as the game gets busier and busier, all kinds of things could interfere with it, right? Like an arrow hits and, you know, hits one of those invisible cubes, and it drives the AI nuts because the AI thinks that it's reached nodes, and you know what I mean, like sets all kinds of things off. So by making it very clear in the code, you are looking for this particular object. You only mark your node as reached when this object reaches you and nothing else. Yeah, it should keep things running smoothly, no matter how chaotic things get. Yeah, because otherwise I could imagine, you know, oh, that's weird. If you stand, this is why you see weird things in games like that. Like, oh, if you stand here, this weird thing happens. Yeah, you probably just triggered a event condition. So that just rules out the chances of that happening. Okay, so let's test it now. Yeah, that's why it wasn't working, because it was looking for our Sealy, because that's how we set it up originally. But now it means that script can be used for multiple AIs. Okay, brilliant. He turned around, but it says, okay, it couldn't find the await. Oh yeah, that's because it wasn't await, it was wait. I'll tell you what, let's just change that to await. I prefer await to wait. It's one extra letter. All right. Andrew Tate will be useful one of these days. Okay, off he goes, off he goes. Oh, he didn't wait though, did he? Yeah, I don't know why he's not waiting the node like it's supposed to, and then we get an out of range exception. Things are starting to happen, which is nice. So first question, why the fuck isn't he waiting? Like we told him to. We've set sex between nodes to 3. We clearly say, and we're definitely entering it because there's our message that we entered it. We clearly say, wait for this amount of seconds before activating next node, and then come out of your routine. I know why. Yeah, I know why. So we mark node completed as true because technically it is, but if that's marked as true, then the system is like, oh, I need to move to the next node because I'm not there yet. So I think we need to wait until we've done the wait before marking the node complete as true. I think that's why it's not working. I might be wrong though. I'm wrong. We don't even call next node until we do that wait. So how is it getting the new destination? I know why. It's the other way around. Yeah, I don't think marking the node complete as true down there is going to be a problem, but it might be. Yeah, it's the other way around. We don't want to increment the node index because that's what it's working off. We also changed the destination. Yeah, I'm a dum-dum. I should have just... I'll just say start core routine. Shit. Yeah, it's all 3 things that we're trying to do there. And what was the other thing? Oh, shit, I deleted one. There was one more line in there. Oh yeah, node, current node plus plus is the other thing we needed. Okay. Yay! And then we instantly get an index out of range. Ah! Yeah, okay, maybe I need to tinker with what order these are done in. I think node complete is true, does want to happen before the wait. I need to think about what each one of these things does. So node complete is a bool. And the reason I made that bool was to stop. Yeah, without that bool, this gets called constantly when the first event completes. Yes, I would feel safer. That's the issue. So the first thing I thought it was is actually the one thing that does want to be up there. Yeah, that definitely wants to happen because that's what stops us from constantly triggering that event. So what was happening there is it was calling the coroutine over and over and over and over and over and over. Because we told it to wait 1 second before saying that node was completed. So for a whole second it was just calling that coroutine, which we don't want it to do. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You may move on. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Isn't he supposed to go to that one next? He is supposed to go to that one next. He goes to current node 2. Huh. He skips a node. So we increment in current node in 2 places. Shouldn't be. So where does it go from 0 to 2? Let me see that again. I think it does. I think it goes from 0 to 2. What? How? How is it doing that? I haven't got the script running on 2 objects, have I? No. I don't think so. Made that mistake many times. Yeah, it goes from 0 to 2. So... Oh, you fucking numpty. Yeah, because I've got current node there as well. And I've also got it there. So yeah, that's why. It doesn't really matter where I do it. I'll do it in current next node, I guess. It doesn't really matter where I do that. Alright. His animations all over the place because his transitions must be confused. His state machine needs... Okay, so we want him to ping pong. And at the moment he tries to go to a node that doesn't exist. So we need a condition that will let us do that. So what we'll need is a private bool that tells us which direction we're going in. Yeah, we can't call it direction if it's going to be... Okay. Well, I'll call it ping pong so I know what it means. But if... I'll make a note as well. If ping pong is true, then we're playing backwards. If ping pong is true, we go backwards. So ping pong should start as false. And then we simply need to say, when we try to increment the next node, if current node is path.length, path.count, then else. All we need to do is say if ping pong is true, then this fucking keyboard. Ping pong is false, else ping pong is true. So we'll invert ping pong's value, and then here where we increment our node number, we can simply ask if ping pong is false, then we increment the node number, else we decrement the node number. Beautiful. Let's see it in all its glory, shall we? We can speed him up as well if we want. We'll set him to speed 11. Wait, what? And now he does nothing! Oh, you know what I did forget to do? I forgot to handle the other end of that condition. So we told it what to do when it gets to the end of the ping pong, but we didn't tell it what to do if it's at the beginning of the ping pong. So we inverted it at the end, but we didn't invert it at the beginning. I don't think that's its problem right now, though. I don't know what its problem is right now. But yeah, I need to address that. So yeah, basically it's the condition is if current node is the same as path count and ping pong is false. Or I don't like these ors because these ors don't always work for me. So I might need to restructure this. Okay, I've got a better idea. Then let's do a bool called reverse time, which we'll set to false. And then we'll do our conditions here. So it's basically if that then reverse time is true. And the other condition it would need to do it in is if current node is at 0 and ping pong is true. So it's playing backwards and it hits the first node. Reverse time equals true. Then we can simply say if reverse time is true, then invert ping pong. Right, I'll run it, but I don't think that was its problem. It might have been. But it wouldn't make sense because ping pong should be false, so it should be playing forward anyway. But that made me think of that, so I thought, oh. Yeah, oh, weird. Okay, I understand why that would have broken it if it was going backwards, but I don't understand how it also broke it going forwards. But anyway, it looks like we fixed it. Just did a load test. Grid can handle 60 million tiles at 50 FPS. That's amazing. Awesome. So is your game going to allow for people to make their own custom levels? Or is that just your own little dev tool? Ah, no! No! How? Okay, play that again. Play that again, you son of a bitch. There's obviously a problem somewhere in my syntax. I know it's hard to believe. I know, I'm as surprised as you are. Oh, you know what? It wasn't broken before. I saw that transform and I thought that was him. But that's his parent. That's why I thought he wasn't moving, but he actually is. It's just his parents stood there watching him. Wondering why he didn't use a condom. Okay, so our current node is at 2. And then it goes to 3, which is invalid. Well, it shouldn't ever reach 3. Because the path count is 3. And ping... Oh, okay, wait a minute. Maybe ping pong, like, I think what's happening is No, because this is before we inverted ping pong, so this is kind of weird. I'm thinking, like, did we already invert ping pong? So even though ping pong is false... Hang on a minute. Because, well, we go from 2, right, what should happen is we call next node when we're at 2. And then it should detect that current node is the length of the nodes. And that ping pong is set to false, so it's playing forward. So then it should set reverse time to true. And when reverse time is true, we basically set ping pong to false if it's true, or true if it's false. We invert ping pong. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right to me. I don't know why that would be wrong. The only reason I can think that that wouldn't work is if somehow, and I can't think how, but like if somehow we've already run this code previously, like is next node being called multiple times? It's possible that it is, in which case we already inverted ping pong. So the second time it does this query, then this kind of like gets bypassed because ping pong is no longer false, it's now true. So it skips that condition and then it's like, no, that can't be true though. The reason that can't be true is if that was true, our nodes would just fly through, right? It would never go from node 0 to 1 to 2 to 3. It would just, the first time you try and switch nodes, it would just end up at node 999. It would still be going up. So there's no way that's happening. This method is only being called once per node like it should be. So I can't see why that isn't working, but okay, I guess. Let me just try something. I just want to see what happens. I'm sure that that should definitely be false. I just want to see if this fixes it. I'm just curious. But that shouldn't be right, because it should be false, because I said false is, I said true is we're playing backwards, false is we're playing forwards. And we are playing forwards. Let's speed him up. Oh shit, I sped him up too much and he's, oh, it's okay, he corrected himself. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no, I still get the out of... Wait, what are you actually saying is out of range? Line 67. No, wait a minute. No, yeah, line 67, because you're on index. You're on an invalid index. That index doesn't exist. Oh, wait a minute. I did it as an else. Okay, I am an idiot. Yeah, okay, that does want to be false. Okay, I know why it's not working. It's because I said else, right? So I inverted the ping pong. When we reach the evil node number, I invert the ping pong, but I don't decrement the current node number. Shit. So if reverse time is true, invert ping pong, we still want to do that. This is the easiest way I can think of to fix it. I could reroute that, but I can't be asked. I'm just going to copy it. Yeah, but then we still need to decide whether we're going up or down. And then we still need to set... Yeah, we need all of this, essentially. Yeah, so what was happening is it was doing the ping pong inversion, but then that's it. That's all it was doing, and then it was coming out of this because we said else, so this condition wasn't firing. But we still need to do this part, so yeah, there might be a way I could restructure that so it actually does what I want it to do, but it's bad practice to do what I just did. I shouldn't really do that, but fuck it. Yeah, it'll be fine. I mean, I could put that in a new method, I guess. That would be the way to fix it. Would be to put those 4 lines of code or whatever in a new function, give it a new name, and then just call that function from both spots. But it's 3 or 4 lines of code, so I'm not really that worried about it. Oh, you son of a bitch. Ah, no matter what I do, this won't work. I don't understand, though. Right, for each next node, I'm going to do a debug as we come into this as we come into this condition. Okay, enter, and I want to know what is my current node number. I want to know if ping pong is true or false. And I want to know... What else do I need to know? I mean, those are the only two variables that really matter in this whole structure. Yeah, that should be fine. And then I want to find out all of those things as we exit this routine. All right, let's find out what the fuck is actually going on. Okay, current node is 0, which is correct. Ping pong is false, that's correct. And then we exited and our current node got changed to 1, which is correct. Yeah, nothing surprising there. Entered. Current node is 1, ping pong is false, we changed the current node to 2. Correct. That's again what we expect. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Our current node is 2. Wait. No, that was exit. Okay, for a minute that I thought it ended. No, it is entering with the current node of 2. No, yeah, that's right. It's 3 we want to avoid. Okay, so our current node is 2 and our ping pong is false. And then we get our exception occurred. So we are still incrementing. So we must be incrementing current node in order to get a null reference exception, but where the fuck is that even happening? We only increment current node if ping pong is false in both places, which now it should be true. Unless our inversion isn't working properly. Maybe that would explain it. But my inversion says if ping pong is true, then set ping pong to false. Else, in other words, if it's false, we set ping pong to true. That's perfect. If ping pong is false, we're going up through the nodes. Otherwise, we're going down through the nodes. I still can't see where there is a problem here. Okay. Let's find out if the inversion is working. That doesn't tell us if the inversion is working. Inversion required. Let's detect if this reverse time is working. And then if it is, let's come back. Well, we think this is where the problem is. Literally just do the inversion. It's only one line. And then report back on what the inversion result was. Inversion result. And then tell us ping pong. Okay, do that. This doesn't make sense. What the hell? Why is that not working? Speed him up. 22. Speedy Gonzalez. Where is he? Where the fuck? Oh, did I speed him up too much? Is he off the map? Where is he? Okay, I think I might have killed him. Okay, I think he went flying off. Okay, be patient. Be patient. I'll speed him up a little bit. I am impatient though. Yeah, I'm gonna screw everything up there, aren't I? Okay, interesting. Okay, the inversion isn't being done. Okay, that's now things are starting to make sense, but I'm just not sure why. So reverse time never becomes true then? Okay. We said if current node, before we do any increment or anything, if current node is the same as the number of nodes, so in this case it's 3 and 3, and ping pong is false, which it is, then reverse time equals true. What is happening? Well, that's exactly what this is. Current node is 3. It's not though, is it? Okay, it's not. I just realized it's because before we incremented the value in the last script before we called next node, but in this script I don't do it until later down. So yeah, no, that's why. So that should be count -1. Okay, that's why. Jesus, got there in the end. I don't know why my brain was so convinced that that should have reached. I think it's because that's how I normally do it, and then for whatever reason I decided to. I mean, it is better to do it this way, but I don't normally do it that way, and that's not how I did it in the last script either. I normally like increment my values and then check if their conditions are illegal. But that's not what I'm doing this time. I'm branching out the increments based on whether which direction they should be going in. Which, like I say, is actually a better way of doing it, but it's not the way I usually do it. Where is he going? Okay, he's still not working though. I have no idea what he's doing right now. Okay, things are running better than ever before, but he's still not behaving correctly. He's not waiting at the nodes. So he waits at this node correctly, and then he goes off to the next node. And he waits at that node correctly. Then he goes to this node. And he waits at that node correctly. Then he goes back to that node. Okay, it's like when it goes backwards, it breaks everything. Okay, probably does. I know why. Okay, again, this is because things worked differently in the last script. Okay, I know why. Okay, it's because on this one he has to loop. He's going back, right. What it is, okay, what it is these nodes are reporting back that they've been triggered with, right? That the node was reached. But we never reset that state on the node because we didn't need to on the last one, but we do need to on this one. So we'll do it as we wait. Well, we'll do it just before we wait for however many seconds. So we need to say, what did the fuck did I call it? Path node. Path node dot node reached equals false. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was going backwards that was breaking it, but no. There's no reason why that should break it. Yeah, so we need to reset the node states as we are done with them so that they can detect us arriving at them again. Because otherwise what happens is he visits all three nodes and now all three nodes are set to true. So when he goes off to the next node, the node says, hey, you already reached me. And he's like, oh shit, okay, I'll guess I'll go to the other one. And he's just doing that over and over again, which is why he's kind of walking around in circles over there. Okay, so he's been to this node. This should say it's false again. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Yeah, this should work fine now. Beautiful. So he's ping-ponging between 3 points right now. We can set up as many points as we want with this system. Just make sure he goes all the way back again because he's back to where he started from. Yay! Excellent. Oh my god, thank god for that. We still got to sort his animation system out. And the best part is we've got to allow him to be interrupted from this routine if he either spots me. That'll be fun. Or, you know, let's say I decide to shoot an arrow at him or something. So this is just what he's gonna do if nobody bothers him. I'm not sure why he bounces up and down though, because that doesn't, I don't think that box collider has an actual collider on it, so like I don't know what's making him kind of jump up and down like that, but it looks quite funny actually. I think it looks quite good, even though it's not actually meant to be doing that. Yeah, I don't know why he's jumping up and down. I have no idea what's causing that. It's funny. I mean, to be fair, I think this system should be fine in setting the basic idle and walk states, because I'm always going to use 0 as idle and 1 as walk. It's just the attack animations might vary from enemy to enemy depending on how complex they decide to make them. So we'll do a private animator and enemy. Yeah, again, I should be using a public string here, otherwise I won't be able to set it up in the inspector. So I'll use a public string, object name detect, object name, and then we'll pass object name to that. Beach bomb 1, let me just make sure I put that in. Jesus, I wish I could type. Okay. Enemy name, nodes will look for. Okay. What was I going to do? Okay, yeah. So when he's in motion, so at start, we should set. First of all, I need to get the component. Get component as well. Because we start off by moving, we want to set the state to 1. We should also do that whilst we're in motion. Node complete is true and false. Oh, let me think. See, I don't know whether this code is running when he's waiting or not. That might explain why he's bouncing up and down. Because I could just say, well, you know, he's walking in this movement part of the script and he's idle in the waiting part of the script. The problem is I get the feeling, I mean, we'll test it, but I get the feeling that because of the way this is set up, like I say, I don't think he ever actually reaches his destination completely because the values are just too specific. And our maths move him in, so you know, they move him in sort of larger increments than what the maths will ever get him to. So they're probably always overshotting him and then it's correcting and stuff. Yeah, I'm convinced of that actually. So let me think. I feel like one of these bulls will let me do it. I might have to put an if statement that basically combines an integer such as current node with node complete. Yeah, I mean the logical assumption, let's test it. The logical assumption is to say if current node well, we don't have anything to compare it to, it's always going to be working on the current node. Well, the logical assumption is to say if node complete is false, then the animation should be set to walking, else the animation should be set to idle. I just get the feeling that it won't be that simple, because no, it should be, because I do set it, well, as soon as he arrives at the node, I do set that to, yeah, because that's what stopped me from firing the code over and over again. You son of a bitch. Couldn't find the animator. Oh yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. What? He has got an animator on him. What are you talking about? Anim enemy, get component animator. Null reference, line 64. Kidding me. Yeah, but that is the enemy animator. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Object, this guy, get component animator right here. How is it a null reference exception exactly? If it was a null reference exception, anim enemy is the animator. Anim enemy is the get component of the. Okay, yeah, oh my god, I'm being a dum-dum again. Enemy object, get component animator. But what's weird, right? Why did it null reference on line 64? To be fair, it probably null referenced on line 25 as well. If I look up here, it probably did. It's just that I only noticed 64, because 64 loops. But sometimes that's what throws me. It's like, oh well, it's only got a problem with this one, but yeah, it also failed on line 24. That makes sense. I just thought it halted the code if it got a null reference, but I don't think it actually necessarily always does. Oh, fuck off, Unity. I swear down. Line 25, anim enemy. Enemy object, get component animator. Enemy object is beach bum. Which has an animator. What is your problem now? Okay, admittedly, yes, I did have it wrong before. Did I save the changes to the script? Are we sure about that? I don't understand. Private animator, anim enemy. Correct. See, no, it was right originally. No, wait a minute. Anim, it's a mixture of the two. How tired am I exactly? That's not even game objects. Object enemy. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Seriously. This is why people link things publicly in the inspector. Because doing it dynamically sometimes can be such a pain in the ass. But I don't like my inspector to get too flooded with shit, so I just I like to only make things public if they need to be public, and then I like to do everything else dynamically. But sometimes, yeah, I really probably shouldn't, because it's really not worth the hassle. No, I'm glad I did. Because look at how neat my script looks, right? I've only got the bare essentials, and if you close those objects off, look at that. Only things that I need to tweak in the inspector are there, because I like to keep things nice and neat. But yeah, that's a tall price to pay just to keep things nice and neat, isn't it? When you think about it. Alright, I think he's a good little boy. Wait, is he doing the animations? Probably. I forgot what I was testing. No, he's stuck in walk mode. Is it at least setting the state correctly? I think the state's permanently stuck in 1. Seems to be. Are we on the right animator? Yeah. Wait. Wait. No, it's correct, it's correct. For a minute there, I thought I'd put it inside of a previous nested branch, but I haven't. Walk and idle, are they set up to talk to each other? Yeah. No. Okay. Well, that would... Okay, yeah, I haven't even done the most basic fucking states. Okay, that might explain it. No, but the state wasn't changing, was it? So, like, yeah, okay, that was just part of the problem. Because I don't think his animator state ever changes. State 1. What about when he gets to the node? Oh, no, it is. Yeah, he's swinging his arms. It's working. It's working. Praise the Lord. Yeah, that looks even better when he jumps up and down and swings his arms back and forward. That transition from... Yeah, those transitions are a little too slow. I need to speed those transitions up, but other than that... Alright, let's go watch him. I think he deserves an audience. Let's go and pay him a little visit and introduce ourselves, because we're going to be killing him a lot in the future. So I think the least we can do is, you know, go down and sort of make our introductions to him. Alright, where even is he? Is he along here somewhere? Yeah, there he is. I don't know why he jumps up and down. I don't know what that is. It looks like a physics thing. Yeah, if I speed those transitions up, I actually think it doesn't look bad though, to be honest. She's taking a piss out of him. Look, she's mirroring him. She's mimicking him. Ooh, look at me. My name's Andrew Tate. Yeah, I think, and size-wise, is he alright size-wise? I think he's probably fine. And the rotations are quite good. I could speed the rotations up actually, because when he turns to the next node, he's a little slow at doing it. So I need to speed up his animation transitions and speed up his rotations to the nodes. But other than that, yeah, I think it looks pretty decent. And okay, he does jump up and down unexpectedly, and I don't know why he does that. But yeah, he's doing what he's meant to do. For now. And what's nice is, you know, I can place these objects anywhere I want and he'll go wherever I tell him. Yeah, I feel like there's too much bloom in the environment though. I need to turn that down a little bit. But yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. It wouldn't make sense to tweak too much anyway visually right now, because until there are certain things that will change that immensely. A day and night cycle is gonna have a big effect on that, and I don't know how I'll do that, or if I have to change and replace lights, probably. So until I kind of get that figured out, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to tweak too much visually yet. So what happens if I run into him, because he's got a collider, hasn't he? Can I like push him off a cliff? I sent him spinning? And obviously my arrows have no mass, so they can't move him. They bounce off him though, which is quite nice. I'm just bouncing that off his head. Yeah, I can't. I can knock him off his... I can knock him off his trajectory a little bit, and it causes him to spin around for some reason. He's walking backwards now. So I can kind of mess with his rotations a little bit. But yeah, I haven't got enough. My character doesn't have enough mass to like push him off the cliff or anything. Which is probably a good thing, because you know, I don't think I don't think this little girl should be able to push a fully grown man off a cliff just by running into him. It'd make the game too easy, probably. Alright, I think I need a break, so I'm gonna leave it there, I think. But yeah, I'll be working on this tonight off stream, so who knows how much extra I'll have done. But yeah, I've got him on a basic patrol. I'll make it so that he has like a line of sight, and if he sees you whilst on patrol, then he'll change to a different script where he will start attacking you, etc., etc. Also, shooting an arrow at him or whatever would trigger that condition as well, so he doesn't just stand there and take it. So that'll be fun. So as my first enemy, I'm just going to have him throw like stones or cans or something at you, which will do a bit of damage if they hit you. And then I might stick a mask on that model and do a masked version of him that throws exploding objects at you. But yeah, I want to try a few different things, you know. Have different enemy types that do different types of attacks and deal various damage, various HPs and whatnot. Should be kind of fun, and I'll just dot them around the world and see how it goes, see where we go from there, really. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much. My name is Captain Corbin. Until next time, at ease. Bye. Oh, he nearly knocked me off a freaking cliff. Actually, can he knock me? So we know where his path is. Oh, he's going to go that way, doesn't he? Can he push me? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.